Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tinyiko Maluleke, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vatiswa Papu Zamkaka, with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. As we're about to start, I'd like to welcome you to the Tshwane University of Technology, a university that makes knowledge work, a university that is moving from good to great. I'm hoping that when I say good to great, I'll hear a clap of hands, right? Sanbonani. Dumelang, absheni bakahino, molweni, di macheroni bahashu, Thank you so much. Welcome to the Tshwane University of Technology. Today you'll get to understand what we mean when we say we make knowledge work, that we produce future-ready graduates, and we also produce research and innovation that speaks to societal issues. My name is Papama Chisikawe, and I am delighted to be directing the program today at this beautiful university that I'm a part of. I would like now, without any waste of time, to invite Professor Tinyiko Maluleke, the Vice Chancellor and Principal, to do the opening and welcome at the TUT Centers, Institutes, Technology Stations, Hubs and Incubators Symposium. A big round of applause for him, please.
Goeiemorgen. Sanbonani. Bonjour. Comment allez-vous? I want to begin by acknowledging a number of people, starting with our DVC research, Dr. Vatiswa Papu Zamkaka, and all the important guests that she has managed to convene here. I can see Intel sitting there. I can see the chairperson of Council of the Tshwane University of Technology, Mr. Kambonani, who was sitting right next to me, Mr. Jack, who is a special guest of ours, is also here. And above all, I see the intelligent-looking Tshwane University of Technology professors and staff members. I also see students, postgraduate students here, and I see all the innovators who are gathered here with us today. Colleagues, staff, students, ladies and gentlemen, on this gorgeous morning, as winter is departing and spring is coming, we gather here on the foot of a hill that is home to the Pretoria campus of the Tshwane University of Technology. From this hill, if you look down, your eyes will be able to go down to Marabastad, an old township that used to be the only thing between the Apis River and Skinner's Spruit. which at that time, in those years in the 30s and 40s, was a place of great energy, a place of art, a place of creativity, a place of cultural innovation. Marabastad, as you will know, used to be the heartbeat of black life, African, colored, and Indian life in Pretoria. It's just a stone throw from here. It is, of course, also the township that gave us the original Amapiano, long before Kwaito was thought of. It is Marabastad that gave us Marabi music and Marabi culture. It also gave us Kentemba, the writer whom Louis Nkosi described as the supreme intellectual tsotsi. So perhaps TUT is the supreme center of intellectual tsotsis. Who knows? Marabastad also gave us the magisterial chronicler and brilliant raconteur, Eskiem Patlele, who grew up in house number 24, 2nd Avenue. I want to suggest to you that the Tshwane University of Technology is the true spiritual child of the vitality, the verve, the vigor, and the creativity of Marabastad. How else could you explain the creative energy that pulsates at TUT across all campuses? Our campuses in Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. We at TUT have put in place a curriculum strategy which is permeated by and premised upon the future of work, problem-solving innovation, artificial intelligence, and entrepreneurship. All and each of these oriented towards contributing to the meeting of the National Development Plan targets, to the Sustainable Development Goals, and to the objectives reflected in the AU Agenda 2063. In 20 short years, TUT has become an institution of global stature which is changing the skills acquisitions game for more than 60,000 students each year, as well as the 7 faculties which double up as centers of excellence. The Tshwane University of Technology is home to 16 centers, institutes, technology stations, hubs, and incubators. These entities constitute a bridge between the university, industry, and government, a bridge which facilitates, among others, work-integrated learning for our students. Yes, blue sky research has and must have its place in all universities. As universities, we continue to strive to produce the next Albert Einstein and the next Gladys West, the next Marie Curie and the next Ada Lovelace, scholars who will deepen our knowledge of the universe, our understanding of the numbers that govern the universe, and sadly, a universe in which human beings may soon commit mass suicide unless we stop climate change. Yes, for blue sky research, but TUT centers, institutes, technology stations, hubs, and incubators have a more immediate and more practical reason for existence. Inasmuch as we still need the Einsteins of this world, what we need more immediately are the Richard Maponias and the Steve Jobs of this world. The fundamental and strategic objective of the TUT centers, institutes, technology stations, hubs, and incubators is A, to conduct applied research, to innovate, to invent, to commercialize research, and to incubate, as well as to unleash startups and advances that will solve practical problems. Come then, let me invite you into the space where future-ready graduates are nurtured, into a place that creates knowledge that works. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to one true spiritual child of Marabastad, the Tshwane University of Technology. The creative spirit of Marabastad is upon us. I therefore invite you to get ready and to prepare yourselves to be amazed, to be astounded by the fruit of applied research at TUT. I invite you today to walk around, to take a glimpse, and to inhale the cutting-edge innovations, inventions, and startups of the TUT centers, institutes, technology stations, hubs, and incubators. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for our Vice Chancellor and Principal, please. Professor Tinyiko Maluleke. Indeed, get ready to be amazed. Get ready to be blown away. Halala TUT halala. Halala TUT halala. I know. Halala TUT halala. That sounds more like it. I'd like now to invite Dr. Vatiswa Papuzamkaka, the DVC for Research, Innovation and Engagement here at the Tshwane University of Technology, to provide or give us the purpose of the event. A round of applause for her, please.
To our program director, who's also our university spokesperson, Ms. Papa Mashisikawe, our chairman of council, Advocate Kambunani, our vice chancellor and the principal of the People's University, the Tshwane University of Technology, Professor Tinyiko Maluleke. I must say, I feel protected and I feel the warmth when I have my leaders in the room. And I thought you'd clap hands for that. The member of council, Mr. Jack, who is in our midst, and I haven't seen other members, maybe they're still coming, and as well as our members of the diplomatic corps that are in our midst. The guest speakers for today, Mr. Vusis Kosana, who is the acting executive for Innovation Enabling and the head for Technology Station at Technology Innovation Agency, TIA, and Ms. Ndombi Khadebe Sotezi, the acting executive manager for Technology Innovation and Cluster Development at the Innovation Hub. Our facilitators of the panel discussions, Professor David Katarere, our very own from Tshwane University of Technology, Dr. Takalani Madzivandila from our sister university, the University of Johannesburg, Dr. Matoto Tauchazwane from our very own university, Dr. Edwell Gumbo from University South Africa, USAF. The external panelists, Dr. Shavani Mbavalelo from Vembe Hemp Forum, Ms. Muketwa Nekuziga, Mupone Trading, Ms. Buitumelo Masupuya from Production Technologies Association of South Africa, Dr. Beki Zulu from Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, TASAS, Ms. Takalani Chirame from Volvo Group Southern Africa, Mr. Alvin Engelbert, also from Volvo Group Southern Africa, Dr. Gugu Muche from the National Research Foundation, the Deputy CEO for RISA, Dr. Pumza Zweni from Mintech, Mr. Malcolm van Harde from ESCOM, Dr. Bivenu Achoboto Sochlo from Intel, Ms. Mpiwe Mdambo, Global Impact Manager of the YGAP, distinguished guests and the representatives from government, from academia and from industry, TUT management and staff, student leadership and the student fraternity at large, Sanibonani. Dumelang Makhetsu. Abshen. Molweni Bethune. Goeiemôre. Oh, there's only one person who can respond. Goeiemôre. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day in which we are showcasing the work of our centers, our institutes, our technology stations, our hubs, our incubators. The symposium today aims to demonstrate the TUT's cutting-edge research and innovation, and to bring together key internal and external stakeholders, particularly to draw on the experiences, lessons, and the reflections on medicinal cannabis and hemp innovation, to deliberate on the insights from our technology stations in the National System of Innovation, to consider strategies, best practices, and collaborative approaches among engineering, science, technology, research, and innovation entities, as well as to deliberate on the opportunities as well as the interventions in support of startup businesses, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, as this institution, we proudly, as the Vice Chancellor and the Principal has mentioned, host 16 centers, institutes, technology stations, hubs, and incubators. Today I am going to really brag as I explain the purpose for today. From the Faculty of Science, we have the Center for Tissue Engineering. We have the Center for Environmental Health. We have the Center for Applied Chemistry Research. We have the Cannabis Research Hub. From the Center for Entrepreneurship Development, from the Faculty of Management Sciences, we have the Center for Entrepreneurship Development. We have the Center for Sustainable Tourism. From the Faculty of Arts and Design, we have the Center for Creative Industries. And from the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, we have the Institute for Advanced Tooling. We have a technology station in chemicals. We have a technology station in electronics. I must take a pause here and mention that Out of the 26 publicly funded universities, we are one of the few universities, actually we are 2 universities that host 3 techno stations from TIA. So all those 3 are from the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. Continuing in the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, we have FSATI, the French South Africa Technology Institute. We also have the Institute for Nano Engineering. We also have a CEDA-funded incubator, which is called a Rail Manufacturing Center for Entrepreneurship, a rapid incubator. At the university-wide level, we also have one of its kind, the Institute for Future of Work. We also have the Hub for Artificial Intelligence. As I share on the purpose for today, I would really like to reflect on some key highlights in relation to our citizens, and I've chosen the period of the last 3 years. You will bear with me because as I will be speaking, I will be giving a lot of stats because the strength is in the numbers. We can have everything that we have, but if we can't demonstrate through numbers what the impact has been, then we haven't done that which we were meant to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, this university has launched the Institute for Future of Work, which is called I4 in short. I4 is an ideation hub for global public-private collaboration and invention designed to respond to the requirements of the rapidly changing world of work, which is brought about by technological advances. As if that was not enough, in 2022, this university, in conjunction with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR, established a research hub that supports the medicinal cannabis industry through research and product development. This collaboration helps us, ladies and gentlemen, to leverage on our expertise to support businesses and entrepreneurs to produce good quality, safe products for local use and possible exports to other countries and markets. Fitted with a versatile equipment, one of its kind in the country. We're the only university that has that state-of-the-art equipment in the hub, and it was bought by this university, Vice-Chancellor, as you know, solely by us. So, fitted with the versatile equipment, the research hub is used for the extraction of cannabis and other herbs. The hub also helps us develop skills for young researchers and entrepreneurs. In 2023, the university that is moving from good to greats, the Tshwane University of Technology, proudly launched the Hub for Artificial Intelligence in partnership with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, as well as with the University of Johannesburg. The Hub is currently driving AI research and innovation in the space of health, in the space of agriculture, manufacturing, transportation, telecommunications, motor industry, and in tourism. In 2024, the Tshwane University of Technology and the CSIR Cannabis Hub was granted 2 hemp permits, one for the cultivation and one for commercialization. The permits will allow for the cultivation of the hemp on up to 20 hectares of land. This development opened opportunities for collaborations both within and outside of the university. Now, looking at the city's contribution towards research outputs and innovation, we're a university after all. Over the past 3 years, VC and the council, over 209 research outputs have been published. 5 patents have been filed, 2 spin-out companies, Augmented Mobility Startup and Nutrigo SA, have been established. 960 small, medium, and micro enterprises, SMMEs in short, were assisted through our cities. 509 students were offered work-integrated learning opportunities. Cities, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, need to collaborate with industry and respond to the needs of industry in terms of services and technology offerings. Total of 402 research projects within industry was reported over this period. In order for us to fulfill the quadruple helix, ladies and gentlemen, the university also has to be engaged with the community it serves, because after all, universities are not monuments of elite, but they exist to solve societal challenges, working together with our government and our industry. Thus, a total number of 90 community engagement projects have been conducted. 90 students were offered internships at the following cities: Center for Energy and Electric Power, Institute for Advanced Tooling, Institute for Nano-Engineering Research, Technology Station in Chemicals, Technology Station in Electronics, as well as in TUT Campus Hub. Over 804 postgraduate students were supervised and hosted at the following cities: Center for Environmental Health, Center for Energy and Electric Power, French South Africa Institute of Technology, Institute for Advanced Tooling, Institute for Nano-Engineering Research, Technology Station in Electronics, Center for Entrepreneurship Development, Center for Applied Chemistry Research, Center for Sustainable Tourism, and TUT Campus Hub. A total of 52 short learning programs were deployed and offered by the following cities: Center for Energy and Electric Power, Center for Environmental Health, Technology Station in Chemicals, Technology Station in Electronics, Institute for Nano-Engineering Research, as well as FSARTI. Lastly, with regard to revenue generated, because one of the core mandates of our cities is to ensure the third stream income for our university. A total amount of 269 million rand was generated by various cities through income generating activities. In conclusion, I'm sure you're wondering, so why is she giving us all these stats? Ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever, our cities require greater attention and investment from the government, from private sector, and from every member of the community. The cities really sets us apart. With the stats that I've given, it is clear that among other things, our cities are playing a very pivotal role in capping the scourge of unemployment in our country. And I thought you will really clap hands for that. Our cities, maybe it's also important for me to note that they are spread across our country, both in townships and also in town. We have a number of our cities sitting in the townships, playing a very critical role in supporting the unemployed graduates in those particular environments, training them to be entrepreneurs. And there I brag, we have a number of our products who are now owning their own businesses. Some, you would find them in mainland. You can go check them out. They are there in mainland doing their own, running their own businesses, and they were trained by this very same university. So we're walking the talk, ladies and gentlemen. We are so resolute in producing future-ready graduates. We are so resolute in contributing to the advancement of the economic emancipation of our country. We are determined to make a difference. We are not just monuments of elite. We exist to solve societal challenges, and we are doing exactly that. We all have a part to play in supporting and promoting our local innovations and technologies. As we mark this city's symposium, let's engage make follow-ups afterwards, and double our efforts to strengthen and establish the partnerships and ensure its sustainability and success. And in my language, I say, mazane thole, amaqobokazana ke angalala endleleni ngabe kunyembelekile.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to our DVC, Dr. Vatiswa Papu Zamkaka. If you say TUT is not a mover and a shaker, you're not telling the truth, right? We are moving and we are shaking things, and we're shaking them really hard. I'd like now to invite Prof. David Katerere, the Research Platform Chair of Pharmaceutical and Biotech Advancement in Africa and Co-Director of the TUT CSIR Cannabis Research Hub, to actually facilitate our first panel discussion, which is on medicinal cannabis and hemp innovation, looking at the challenges and opportunities. Prof. David Katerere, round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Tinyiko Madleke, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vati Papu Zamkaka, all protocol observed. So, and thank you very much for this great idea of a symposium, because at least it exposes us to what is actually happening in the marketplace. I'm privileged that I have panelists here who are going to talk about cannabis, a very interesting subject, but also one that is filled with a lot of myth. And what we really want to do in the next 45 minutes is to be able to deconstruct that and also demystify it. So if I may just introduce my panels. Do we have a microphone? Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. Please, will you introduce yourself? We'll start with the lady.
Good morning. Thank you, Prof. And thank you all. My name is Muketwane Kujiga, born and bred in Venda, in Limpopo. Currently the owner of Mupone Trading, which is a travel agency, and then more rooted in transforming the indigenous skills. Partaking in the hemp forum, we are the distributor for the oil, whatever that they are doing, and then we're currently maintaining their relationship in regarding the research that they are currently doing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Mbabero Shabani. I'm also from Venda, from a village called Shanja. That's where the Bembe Hemp Forum idea was started. I'm also a medical doctor in the mines in Northwest, Kaltovin, Western area. I'm also a medical cannabis licensed farmer with a SAPRA license. We also have collaborated with TUT Hub on cannabis extraction through the supercritical fluid CO2 extraction system and product development and research.
Okay, Doc. So when your patients come in and you say you grow cannabis, what's the reaction there?
Yeah, so when they come in, they find out that I grow cannabis. There's still a myth around cannabis, especially because people don't really understand that it has phytochemicals that can be used to treat a pathology. So as a medical doctor, what we're doing is that we're linking the pathology to the phytochemicals in treating those pathologies.
Okay, so in this case, you are using cannabis as medicine?
Yeah, we're using cannabis as medicine especially the topical product that we have actually developed. As I said, we extracted it from.
Okay, now you're acting like a sangoma. you're back full. But maybe we'll go to the product development a bit later. I just want to understand, Ketwa, your journey as an entrepreneur and as a young woman working in a rural space. Can you maybe tell us some of the... Yeah.
Okay, my journey as an entrepreneur in the rural space, it has not been easy, but then until I met Prof and Dr. Shabani, which they were so like informative in terms of what you can do in the space where you are. Because we are from the Rebembe region, which is very rich, where we can also plant whatever that we want. And then in terms of the hemp, if I may talk about hemp, it has been very advantageous, but that we met the professor and Dr. Shabani. They were really striving and like really pushing so that we can end up having what we have today.
Okay, so how do you see hemp? So there's a distinction between hemp and cannabis. Hemp grows very tall, and that's why the Dutch word, which is now in Afrikaans, which is in all the languages in Southern Africa, hembe. Right? That's where it comes from. Because before cotton, we only had hemp as a source of fabric. And then, of course, we have medical cannabis, which Doctor will talk about a little bit more. But in a rural context, how do you see hemp being important as an economic driver?
It is an advantage because as an SMME, growing the hemp, getting to experience the hemp every day in your life, getting to get in touch with what is growing there, you end up making a business which is gonna be driving the economic drive.
Okay, and so part of it is that because we have the hemp license within the university, is to actually look at genetics, because what you can grow in Vembe, you can't always grow in Pondoland, you know. So hemp and cannabis, they are very sensitive to latitude and altitude. Okay, so let's maybe go back to, now you want to open your bag? You can go ahead too, so, yeah, go ahead.
So what we're doing in the mines, as you know, the environment, you know, people are working underground, it's moist, it's humid, so they are prone to developing fungal infection of the feet. So with the hemp product that we've extracted, we found that it has some properties that helps, you know, like anti-analgesic, you know, anti-inflammatory, antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal, when you've actually put it topically. So we found that it's treating a lot of the fungal infection of the feet, the contact dermatitis of the patients. Their ergonomics, they're working in one by 1 meter panels, so they are bent. So the ergonomics, they're prone to backaches, joint pains, so that actually helps, you know, in treating those pathologies. So we're just now still sticking on the topical part, and then we're just doing observational studies, you know, in collaboration with TUT.
Okay, and maybe you want to show us some...
Yeah, so like this product that we've actually come up, that is the one that we're using in the mines. The mine people have been using it, and then we've actually found some results that are not found usually when you're using other antifungal within a period of a week. And then we also made another product. Prof, just give me a minute. So this product, we've actually, you know, done a research with TUT Somatology Department, and then we found that using the trichoscope, it grows hair in 10 days. So this is CBD-based product that we've extracted. So it stimulates the follicular growth. So you've got a lot of application when you're looking at pathology, just looking on hemp on its own.
Okay, thank you very much. Mpone, what does Mpone actually do?
Mpone is a tourism company more rooted in transforming indigenous skills. Those skills include like we manufacture the shoes from the leather, and we also make like earrings, the ones that I'm wearing, and the shoes that we do are this. You can also visit Runako stand there on the exhibition where you can go see the shoes. We make this. We also do travel packages that we take people around the place where I am. And we also do cultural and adventure tours. That's what we do.
Okay. I'm coming back to you, Doc. You talk about this. So Dr. Shavani came to us as a client, and we've extracted, because the facility is a contract extraction facility, and then he goes and formulates his products. But what other collaborations would you like to see with the university? I think you talked about product testing, but what else would you like to see?
The other collaborations that we've done is on a nutraceutical product, which is a spin out, the Nicelo. We've got a research which is actually approved by South African Medical Research Council on the use on diabetes and obesity in the mind. Because if you can look at what is happening now, the half-life in South Africa in men, it's around 60. And then life expectancy is around 60, in women is 65. But back in the days, it used to be longer. I think it's because of our diet that we've done, because we're eating too much carbohydrates. You know, you look at your pap, you know, your pasta, your rice, you know, it has high glycemic index, and that causes a process called glycation, which actually ages quickly and cause all these non-communicable disease like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, joint pain, arthritis, and cancer. So with that, with the Nicelo, because it's sorghum based, we'll have a lot of, you know, burden reduction in the healthcare system. Then it means that you will cut down on your absenteeism and you'll increase productivity across the board in all industries.
Okay. I'll open up for any questions from the audience. Anybody with questions? There's a mic that's going. Yeah. While we are doing that, yeah. Yes, there's a question there, sir. Is there a microphone that...
Good morning. Thank you, David and the panel.
Okay,
I would like to find out from the fellow doctor there, what do you envision now that you are working with cannabis for Mpox now that is declared as a public health emergency, in terms of your long-term development, and how do you navigate between, you know, when now we're having pandemics and things, and you are in the space, particularly that non-communicable diseases are still at the back foot of, as compared to infectious diseases. And the second question is to the lady in tourism. What were your pitfalls as a businesswoman to motivate us in what you're doing? Thank you.
Yeah, I think just to answer the first one, where we are going as a country as a whole, looking at what cannabis can do across the industry, looking at cosmetic, beauty, food, beverage, industrial, textile, energy and health, it actually flows along all that. So when you talk about communicable disease and non-communicable disease, there is research which has been shown that, you know, the use of cannabis itself and also what I mentioned in terms of the right diet like sorghum and probiotics, because it contains probiotics, increases your immunity, your CD4 cell count. So that CD4 cell count, so that means that you're not prone to common disease that we see in the mind, which we have actually done that. And then we realize, you know, common disease like upper respiratory tract infection, gastroenteritis, it's on the low when you are actually using those products. So that is actually where it comes in. So now, if you look at your body mass index, which is one of the biggest, you know, risk factor of all those non-communicable disease, it's one of the studies that we have actually included using Nicelo in the minds. That is what we proposed. That if you cut down on your body mass index, you are actually, you know, cutting down on conditions like hypertension, diabetes, you know, mental illnesses, and all the other conditions. That will actually, it actually fits in well if you are actually using ethnopharmacology to treat, as in compared to, I actually, on a personal basis, I prefer that, compared to synthetics.
Okay, and just to say also that cannabis for pain is very important, particularly cancer pain. So there are lots of studies around cancer pain. One of the problems we have in Africa as part of the NCDs is an increase in cancer. But opioids like morphine are not always available across countries, particularly in the region. So there's also that bit. And then probably the most important drug that comes from cannabis is something called Epidiolex, which is for childhood epilepsy. And then we know that some of the cannabinoids are important or increasingly important for depression. So what we're saying is cannabis is a medicine. We are not encouraging people to smoke it as if it's not a medicine. Just like I wouldn't encourage you to drink paracetamol, in Coca-Cola. But within the confines of medicine, there is a use for cannabis. There was the second question.
Thank you. If I may ask, will you please repeat the question that you just posed?
I think it
directed to
was
me?
about what are the challenges that you see as a young person in the tourism industry?
For the challenges that we come across, tourism was not really something that people will partake in back then. But then now, because the world is so open, tourism is about everything. Us taking part in the cannabis and hemp was one of the things that really picked us up in terms of knowing that tourism is not really based on traveling only. Tourism is based on everything, including the medical part.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
Thanks, Prof. Apologies. Thanks, Prof. And thanks very much for the two speakers for the presentation. Maybe let me lay a basis for my question, looking at the importance of both hemp and cannabis in job creation and so forth. And what I'm also impressed about, Moketwa, is that practical aspect that you are bringing in an attempt to close, the gap that exists between theory and practice. But my question is around the formalization of the industry in a sense of having broader engagement between yourself, for example, Dr. Shavani, having being part of the forum, and at government level, there are various departments that are involved. For example, the Department of Justice having been involved in attempting to remove it from the schedule of being a drug for personal use, having the Department of Health playing a role, obviously, in terms of declassifying it in their schedules to be used for medicinal purposes, and also having the Department of Agriculture having to play a particular role in terms of the Plant Improvement Act, and also looking at the role of the TTI having to look at the commercialization and in that industrialization aspect in an attempt to make sure that there's information available, particularly to use it for job creation. So my question is at high level government intervention, whether have you seen a need to engage government broadly at high level to make sure that there's some interaction between these four departments that I've mentioned, being justice, agriculture, TTI, and health, to take steps, to finalize collaboration to ensure that both hemp and cannabis jointly are used for job creation, particularly sustainable job creation, which will be used to absorb young people, youth, women, and so forth. I just wanted you to share with us some reflections, if any, at high level in respect of those departments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Part of what we did with the Hembeben Forum is to collaborate with the government structures that you have actually mentioned, to look at how best can we now move from primary industry, which is obviously the cultivation and production of the raw material, looking at Agriculture Research Council and Agriculture Department, and then also the secondary towards the tertiary. That also helps, especially when you're looking at hemp at a large scale, because 1 hectare of hemp, you are able to employ at least 4 people. And then you're looking at 1 to 2 ton, depending on how you plant. So the collaboration actually comes in handy, because now, just think about it. Let's say you've got actually, in a district like Vembe district, just minimum you've got 100 hectares, of hemp planted. It means that, you're gonna multiply that 100 by 4. Then when you go incrementally in all those districts, you find that you are actually creating more job employment. And the idea of the Vembe Hemp Forum is based around a community development project. Because as you can look, all the communities are, they're actually in shambles. There's no jobs, food and everything else. So if we create an ecosystem for every community to be sustainable, then you're actually looking at the goal that we're actually really aiming at, as part of, the economy support.
Okay, maybe just to add on the fact that, the work that we do, for instance, in terms of extractions, if you send flour, which is what most people do abroad, and whereas when we do the extraction, there's a 20-time value add to the cost or to the price that you can then sell that product for. So that's why it's critical that we have farmers in the country actually extracting through hubs such as ourselves. And then the other thing about hemp is the carbon credits. So hemp is able to absorb more carbon than in a hectare, say, than a hectare of trees would do in 20 years. In South Africa, we are lucky that our climate allows for us to have at least 3 harvests of hemp a year, whereas in Europe, they can only do it once. So we actually have all these advantages. And part of, I think, the engagement with communities is how can we then move these advantages into communities and create jobs. The president said there are 900,000, we call them legacy farmers, particularly in the Pondo area, right? But if they actually got into hemp and we started producing hemp across the country, those farmers would have sustainable livelihoods, those 900. But apart from that, we would then have even more farmers growing it. And then as you go up the value chain in terms of processing, you're also creating more jobs in retail, in somatic therapy, like all of these other industries. So we are going to close. You want to...
Just to add on that, we're also doing, we're creating the rural development economic, we're also creating rural-centered community for development economy, as well as the Vembe Hemp Forum, just to answer and add on whatever that you asked about.
Okay, I'll take one more question because we are running out of time. There's a question at the end. Microphone.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tom Senem Leholo, one of the lecturers in Tshwane University of Technology from the Computer Systems Engineering Department. I hear that you Doc, you explained that cannabis, you have found that it has some medicinal properties. But on my side, what I've noticed is that some studies do not emphasize on the human randomized trials in a bigger picture. you'll find that the tests are only done with 4 human beings, but they are not done in a large variety of people. So I question some of those studies. So I just wanted to know on your side, you even talked about the diet where you saw that if people reduce the number of carbohydrates they consume, that you see that maybe some mobilities do go down or go away. So I just wanted to find out on your side, have you actually done randomized human trials on a large scale, and whereby you compare it with actually if only the people change their diet, stop eating those carbohydrates, fast food, and you see which one between the two, the cannibals, those who take in the cannibals, and those who only change their diets, which one is better than the other, so that we can actually see that if only a person changes their diet, then maybe everything will be better instead of taking the cannabis.
Okay. I think there's a misunderstanding. He was talking about a separate product, but you will answer on the clinical trials. If you go to clinicaltrials.gov, there are 189 studies that are currently registered, which are looking at various applications of cannabis medically. But I'll ask you to answer
Thank you for that question. Yeah, as we can talk, we're talking about 2 separate. We spoke about Nicelo, which is a sorghum drink spin out from TUT, and then we're talking about medicinal cannabis, and then we're talking about, which is the THC, and then we're talking about the CBD. What Prof touched upon there on the THC was the pain-killing effect on cancer patients. And then there are studies that has actually shown that THC has got the same potency as the opioids without the side effects of the opioids, because it does not affect the brainstem receptors, because there are no receptors for THC there. So it means your respiratory rate and then your pulse is not going to be affected. And then when you talk about the diet and the body mass index, we're talking about, we all know that, for you to gain weight, excess weight is because you've got excess sugar that you have stored, which is not getting used. So even also, if you look at cannabis itself, when you look at the other cannabinoids like THCV, it actually suppresses appetite. So you've got the element of appetite suppression there. So yeah, but if you can look it up, there are studies that actually shows the benefit of cannabis. But I think the biggest fear when it comes to high THC cannabis is the psychoactive component of it. It's just a psychostimulant, which over time you can develop tolerance.
All right, thank you. I'm going to close this. Maybe let's just get like closing remarks from yourself, and then closing remarks from Doc.
Thank you very much for listening to us. I hope it has really impacted in what, it has really added on the information that you can use on your daily life. And then on the part of being the SMME, let's keep on pushing. With the help of the TUT, I think we can achieve a lot and go far. Thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you for coming all the way from Toyando at short notice. Yes?
Thank you very much. We touched on cosmetic and beauty and food and beverage. There is still application of hemp on industrial and textile with hempcrete, hemp rudder. There is still on energy. You look at biofuel, grease. They still on polymerization and actually conducting electricity and overall application on health. So we actually have to look across all the 5 industries.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming all the way from Northam as well. I really appreciate the fact that you've honored us with your presence and you've shared very critical information. So with that, I would like to thank my panel.
Not too quick, Prof. We have a small token of appreciation. Thank you so much for facilitating this so well, Prof. Katarere. Round of applause for him, please. And Dr. Shabani, thank you so much for your insight on cannabis, the industry, and the work that you're doing. We appreciate. Thank you. Ms. Muketwa, rekodi buesa ngamanda. Baye panda na mshumo wa Buddha tiri. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for also participating and all the questions that were coming through. We'll now break for a walkabout. The exhibitions are open for the walkabout and for you to see the work that is happening here at the Tshwane University of Technology. And after that, you can break for tea, but humbly request that you're back here by 11:15. Thank you so much. We're back and on to the next leg of the program, or panel discussion, rather. I'd like now to invite Dr. Takarani Madzibandira from the University of Johannesburg to facilitate the next panel discussion, which is on insights on the technology station's role in the national system of innovation ecosystem. Dr. Takarani, a round of applause for him, please.
Good morning. I'm a bit short. Good morning. Are we good? As she has alluded, my name is Takarani. I'm a friend of TUT. I'm the current chairperson of the Technology Station Electronics. In my previous life, I also worked with the 2 technology stations which are funded by TIA, the one in chemical, as well as the Institute of Advanced Tooling. I want to say all protocol observed. Also want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to run this session. The principal and the DVC research, thank you very much. I also want to start by borrowing words that you also have mentioned before I actually introduce my panel. As I'm speaking, I would like the panel to join me. As the DVC has alluded, technology stations are vital components of the national system of innovation. They not only facilitate the flow of knowledge and technology between research institutions and industry, but also support SMEs in adopting, implementing innovation solutions. By doing so, they contribute to economic growth, job creation, and the achievement of national development goals. I will be joined by Cobus Foster from the TSE, Mr. Vincent Tau, and then Mr. Mkateko Makubela. From our panelists, we have Ms. Witumelo Musupye, Dr. Becca Zulu, and Ms. Takarani Chirame, and Alwyn Engelberg. If you can please join me on the stage. If I can start with Witumelo. I was reading an article on Sowetan about you. It says, when I say I'm a tool maker, people assume spanners and screwdrivers. It was an interesting talk. So I just want, if you can just take a few moments to introduce yourself, Witumelo.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Buitumelo Musupye. I am the Stakeholder Relations Manager of the Production Technologies Association of South Africa. In short, that is the PTSA. PTSA is an association of companies that represent the tool, die, mold making, and specialized machining industry in South Africa.
Okay, thanks, Witumelo. Next to her, there's Dr. Zulu from the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. As you know, the automotive industry is ever changing. So, Dr. Zulu, may you please also introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Becca Zulu. I'm the CEO of the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. This is the economic zone that's the hub for the production in the automotive sector, where we harness technology and innovation, and we also harness creativity for the sake of driving manufacturing and promoting export. And part of what we do, we also look after the SMMEs that are part of the value chain in our sector. And also, we also collaborate with the institutions like yourself that are harnessing the technology and innovation to make sure that we bring everyone on board from infantry at student level to SMME level. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Zulu. The next, as Dr. Zulu was saying, it's very important to work with industry as institution. One thing, they were mentioning the research outputs that TUT has been publishing. It's very important as well as to work with industry partners to do industry research. With us, we have Mr. Alwet Engelberg from Volvo. May you kindly introduce yourself, sir?
Hello, everyone. My name is Alwyn. I'm the sales engineer at Volvo Trucks. To put it into layman's terms, so I get involved with everything weird and wonderful that the local transport industry wants from vehicles that's imported from Sweden. And yeah, I'm actually a product of TUT. I was here as a student, so it's great to be back.
Thank you. From our industry partners, we also have Takrani Chirame. If you may kindly introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Takrani Chirame. I'm Senior Manager Product Support at Volvo Group Southern Africa, which is known as the manufacturer of heavy transport solutions, trucks, buses, and we also tap into construction equipment and also engines for ships and engines for industrial areas. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our mechanical engineering department is going to get a very good sponsorship from Volvo.
Okay, maybe something that I forgot to say as well, I'm also a product of TUT, Mechanical Engineering Department. Thank you.
All right, now let me take this opportunity to introduce our station managers from different stations. I will start with Mr. Cobus Foster from TSE.
Morning, everyone. My name is Cobus Foster, manager at the technology station in electronics. We primarily perform product development, manufacturing, and training services, funded by TIA, and we focus on really helping SMMEs from concept through to where they have a functioning product that they actually can take to market. On training side, we assist a lot of community development projects as well as SMMEs with technical training so they can become entrepreneurs and enable themselves to actually contribute to the economy that way. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. If you can pass the mic to Mr. Vincent Tau.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Tau from Technology Station in Chemicals. What we do there is to support small, medium enterprise in terms of chemical transfer technology, in terms of testing, product development, training, manufacturing, and also on-site support, because you'll find that those small enterprises, they may not have capacity and technology to solve the problems. So those are the summary of what we do at the technology station. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Tau. Mr. Makubele, SMEs often lack resources and expertise to develop and implement new technology. How do you support the SMEs and what is the purpose of your station? You can respond to that when you introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Takarani. Morning, colleagues. I'm Jeff Makubela, the manager for Institute of Advanced Tooling. The technology station in Advanced Tooling basically We work in the tool, die, mold, and the special machining areas. Our work cut across sectors because we develop the basis of manufacturing. So we work across automotive, rail, packaging, everything. So just to answer what Dr. Tagarani has just alluded to, we exist for SMME development. The program itself is government funded. Within the university, we assist the university student throughput. We have programs that we're running where we train students, offer will work integrated learning for students. But for the industry itself, as long as the work that they need is in our expertise, which is tooling or tool die, mold and special machining, we can assist them. They can do walkovers, they can get us through our contacts, through our medium, throughout the university. As long as the work is required, then we can do. Then they are more than welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Makubele. As they were talking, we see that they focus more on industrial research. Mr. Tau, I just want to, at least, if you can mention your product and services and some of the current projects that you are doing.
Okay. The current services that we do is the testing of chemicals, more into, or let me rather say, let's start with the technologies that we offer within the station. Electroplating, that's where you do the metal finishing. Detergents and cosmetics technology. Within cosmetics, we have fragrance, we've got hair care, we've got skin care. So those are the areas that we will be working on to support the small enterprise. Paint technology as well. We also support those enterprise. And also training. If you look at the training in terms of unpacking, we are accredited by Chemical CETA, where we offer short learning programs. Those are chemical operations, manufacturing, laboratory analysis, as well as automated packaging, because we realize that once we transfer the know-how to the SMME, you may find that they're still lag behind in terms of through the value chain. So we then support them with formulation as an example, product development, testing in line with quality standard or SABS standard. After that, we then transfer the know-how. But coming to manufacturing, it may be a challenge. Then that's where we come in and say, let us assist in terms of upscaling the product. So those are the key focus and services that we support towards the small medium enterprise. But at the same time, we are not doing those activities alone. We also partner with other entities such as CEDA, Housing Enterprise Propeller, Chemical CETA, as well as students within the university where they also take part in terms of the technology transfer.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tau. If I can ask you, Kobus, if you can share, I know we work closely together, but if you can share the current exciting projects that you are focusing in your technology station.
I need to think what will not infringe on an NDA now, but so a tech station, what makes us unique is we really don't know what's going to come through the door next. If you look at the products that's currently on the table there's a product there that regulates gas for the welding industry. We do that to improve the welds that the product can make. And then directly next to it is an IoT product for the delivery industry. That's for sensitive products like medical medicines, or if you get your delivery, you don't know if the Uber driver stopped next to the road for half an hour and what happened to your product. So we really, really focus on quite a diverse types of technologies. We've been in medical devices. We're getting involved in the mining sector now as well. So we're very sensitive about disclosing the types of products that we work on because the clients are really in early stage development. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kobus. If I can start with you again, I'm going to give the opportunities to the guys from the industry, but what is it really that you are looking for from the industry partners?
So we get a lot of inquiries for product development. I know our Tech Station program was specifically designed to look at the SMMEs, but we're seeing more and more large companies, medium-sized companies, coming to us for product development and also their corporate social responsibility in terms of delivering training to the communities that they're in. They don't always have the vehicle to do that, but the Tech Station is capable to actually do that for you. If I could just talk about my Tech Station, we have the current capability of training about 1,350 people a year. So if any of the companies have a need in that department, we're definitely there to assist.
All right. Thank you. If I can just pose to Vincent and Jeff, if there's anything that you want to say that you are looking from the industries.
Okay. From our side, in terms of the support or partnership that we're looking for from industry is to open the opportunity for the Tech Station to offer them short learning program, which they've also mentioned earlier on in the opening that we also offer short learning program to the industry so that we set a foot, and also to make sure that we support them with testing and analysis through, the SANAS as an example, 17025, to make sure that whatever that we do, it also touches on the services that they may look for. So there are capabilities within the Tech Station that we are sure of to say, yes, we can service the industry as well. Okay.
Jeff?
Thank you. At IIT, we more open for industry collaboration, and the purpose of think for today is basically to market ourselves, and we say to the industry, we're ready. The station itself needs to grow, and in order to grow, we need more industry participation. We're strengthening our short learning programs. We currently busy registering some courses through the Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, QCTO. So through that process, basically we're strengthening our SLP offering, which will be ready for industry. And we are looking for industry partnership in terms of skills development and also to enhance the competitiveness of our local manufacturing industry.
Okay. Alwyn, these guys, they say we are ready. We want to partner with you. What can the university do for you, and what can you do for the university?
I think from the transport industry, I think we're in a nice position in the sense of we can tap into technologies regarding artificial intelligence, electronic, from the technology station of electronics to basically helping our vision to have zero accidents going forward, because the transport industry at the moment in South Africa is quite unique. A lot of accidents due to driver fatigue and stuff like that. So we can tap into that type of technologies to have something developed locally for the market to basically aid the transport industry for zero accidents. I mean, it will draft down cost of unnecessary cost of accidents, product that needs to be delayed and everything. So we can start tapping into that type of technology to assist, which is quite specific to a problem that we are experiencing in South Africa.
Okay, thank you very much, Alwyn. Dr. Zulu, the Institute of Advanced Tooling, they are also in an automotive space. They are saying we are ready. The technology station in electronics, they say we want to partner with you. What can you do for them?
For us, if you look at what we've done in the past and in our partnerships, one in our partnerships with the community, when we develop our industrial complex, we enhanced a 28 billion investment into the city. And part of that investment, in the process, we had procurement spend of 1.7 billion to local SMMEs in the townships, in the township economy. And part of that, we've developed SMMEs we've developed about 300 plus SMMEs in our value chain. And additionally, we've created direct employment of about 7,000 people in the city and indirect employment of about 10,000. And if you look at the value chain of the automotive sector, we've driven the threshold to about 115,000 people, part of our contribution. So, with that being said, I was looking around, I was walking in some of the stages when I walked in, and I remember I also studied in the University of Technology back in the days. It was called Natal Technikon, and if I look at some of the technologies that here, they fit both some of the industries that I'm also playing in, which is the maritime shipping industry and the automotive. In the automotive sector, what we're currently doing in task and also probably looking for partnership, we've been asked by the province to develop an academy that will bridge the gap between the industry and the academic institutions, the communities, and so forth. And for us, this is not a task that we can do all by ourselves. That's where part of everyone here is a partner that we're looking for. We have solicited some funding for it, for certain part of what we want to do, but it's a giant elephant for us to actually do. And I'm looking at some of the technologies. I was looking at the Institute of Nanoengineering on my right-hand side there, and part of what we're doing in our phase 2, we're going to create mini factories so that some of the people that are looking for opportunities of growing and be part of the value chain, we can harness, we can incubate, we can make sure that we create a path where they're going to be part of the automotive industry from a tier 3, tier 2, up to tier 1 suppliers, so that they can be the value feeder into what Volvo and others are doing. And this is the kind of forum or an opportunity that we want to present here and say, we've done a lot of things in the city, but we want to do with more partners now because we've proven that we can attract investment. I mean, we had a pipeline of about 24/7 investors that want to be part of you. And sometimes what we run off in terms of the challenges is that when we started the 12 factories, we built about 12 factories in the special economic zone. And part of the challenge that we had, when these OEMs and these components suppliers, they were looking for skills that are related to the automotive sector, we couldn't find. We had to get experts from Thailand, from Australia, from all over the country in order to bridge production. And we said to ourselves, in our phase 2, it's not going to happen. We want to build a pipeline feeder that's going to be ready to be in the part of the first class of the automotive sector. If we look at the automotive sector from a stats, it contributed 5.3 to GDP last year. What we do there in SEZ contributes to 1% of the GDP. We produce about 750 cars in one day. It's a car in every 3 minutes. And part of that relies on the technologies that sit around this room. So that's why the partnership and the contribution and the knowledge that you guys have, it's what we need the most. We are technocrats, we focus on production, but part of the value chain comes from the brains that are surrounding in this room. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. Let me also come back to you now. The university have also short learning programs that are specifically for the automotive industry. How can they tap into that and work with you as SEZ?
We are ready to work with those as soon as tomorrow. And we've been looking for partners. When I came here, I said, I was pressed for other meetings, but I said, I'm going to prioritize this session and cancel all the other important. And for me, it was a blessing because some of the solutions that I've been looking for are in this room. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. In whatever we do, we want those shared learning programs to be part of the feeder in what we do. And in terms of getting them into the communities, that's our job. We'll find money, we'll find resources. You just have to bring the technology and the knowledge that's required by our communities to grow. And we'll be part of that.
Thank you very much. Boitumelo, as an association, how are you building partnership with the university?
Let me take it a step back and explain that our association, together with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, have got a partnership under the banner of an NPC called Inzimbi. And so Inzimbi is the governance structure that all the funds, the resources that we get, and the implementation vehicle is the company called the PTSA Management Services. Under PTSA Management Services, we have got 2 industry interventions that we do on behalf of the government. One of them is skills development, where we solely train tool makers from level, NQF level 3 as a foundation, and our flagship program, which is NQF level 5, tool maker under the occupational certificate. And our second intervention program that we run for the government is enterprise development, where we partner with the institution of the Fraunhofer University in Germany called the WBA. That so if say Jeff PTY would like to do an intervention, the Germans actually fly into the country where they benchmark you against a company that is similar to yours, and then give you the results, help you with an intervention to get you up to par, right? So that is what we do for SMMEs, for the big companies, for members of our association. With the skills development, and that's where where I can come in to answer you to say what can the university do for us and what we can do for them. We've got a really good relationship with the IAT. Every time we have guests that come in from SADC countries, Mr. Jeff is always very happy to let us bring our guests in to show off what the IAT does. We are constantly sending students to the IAT for OJT on machines that we don't have. We've invited the IAT actually to our conference last November, where they were exposed to the world in terms of tooling. What we are strategically trying to do is to have articulation within tool making from the foundation, which I said is an NQF level 3, all the way up to a PhD in tooling. We do not have the capacity to create that ourselves, so it would only make sense for us to be partnering with the brains in this room to say, is it possible for you guys to help us in drawing up that curriculum, because it's not something that we are capable of doing. We did create the curriculum for the toolmaking course that we are offering at our 4 campuses around the country, but when it comes to a BSc in tooling or whatever we can build in terms of articulation, that is where we need the help of the university. Yeah, I think that's...
Thank you very much, Boitumelo. Let me move to Takarani. As from Volvo, what are the opportunities and the barriers that these guys can tap into?
In terms of opportunities, I would say we can support mainly with the technology. As a Swedish-owned company, we have access to many things locally and also globally as well. And in terms of the youth who need skills, we can offer also training opportunities. And then we can also support with the curriculum because we have a local plant in Durban where if you need information or data regarding certain manufacturing processes or data regarding maybe the transport solutions that we offer, we can support mainly with that. At the moment, in terms of the barriers that I would say they hinder that partnership, I would say usually is when we don't talk to each other, but we can break that by ensuring that after leaving here, we exchange details, we start talking to each other and support each other. But on your own, as as the industry on our own, there are many things that we cannot just do, but if you reach out to us as industry, we are here to support.
Thank you very much, Takarani. Let me also take this time. We have a lot of panelists here. I also want to hear from you guys. If you have any questions, raise your hand, your name, where you come from, and then you address who you're asking the question to. Can I open the floor now? Thank you. Anyone with a question? You can stand up. There's no questions from the floor. Any questions? Going once? All right, thank you very much. Let me go back to, is there a question? All right, please stand up and then introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Okay, good day everyone. My name is Charity Mbileni Morema. I am from NM and Biotech Solutions. We develop nanotechnologies. So I wanted to just find out from the chemicals industry, technology station. We are developing reduced graphene oxide. It's a chemical that can be used in different sectors, you know. But I wanted to just find out from you, what kind of support would you give to, you know, an SMME like us, insofar as quality is concerned? We synthesize, we, you know, manufacture at a pilot scale and ready now to commercialize, but there is that in between insofar as testing and quality, you know, are concerned. Are you able to support us in that regard? Thank you.
Okay, you can take it.
Okay, thanks for the question. Yes, the technology station is looking at the testing part in terms of analysis, but it depends on the capability that we're sitting with at the tech station. Sometimes we partner with the industry. We find that we can test some of the physical and chemical property in-house and other testing that we can outsource. But at the end of the day, we'll offer a total solution to your entity or to your company. The university itself, they've got quite a number of infrastructure. So as a tech station also, we partner with chemistry department or chemical engineering to see if we can able to support you in terms of those testing that will be required from you. Thank you.
Vincent, I think also mention where you are situated, where your technology station is based.
Okay.
So that maybe if she wants to come and visit, she can do that.
Our technology station is based in Garankuwa campus, TUT. Yeah, that's the only campus in Garankuwa.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. David Katerira. I'm in pharmaceutical science, and my question is for Boitumelo. I've actually been to your facility, by the way, and the reason why I came there was I was particularly interested in how we could partner around pharmaceutical engineering, which is a huge problem. And I think the problem is that we are even just focusing on technical pharmaceutical training, but wherever you have moving parts, you need engineers. So I was wondering if, and also together with IAT, whether that's an area of maybe focus or interest, because right now we are talking about local production, very big. Somebody was talking about MPOX. There's a lot of money flowing into Africa around setting up what we call manufacturing in Africa. But as long as we don't have pharmaceutical engineering almost as a profession, that dream will die. So I just wanted maybe to pose that question. Thank you.
can go ahead, Whitmel.
All right. Look, our association has got a number of very different companies all within the tooling industry. I don't think it's something that we would say a complete no to. We've got a lot of, we've got some companies that represent the pharmaceutical industry. We've got companies where we send our students where they make parts of there was one student who was making some very, very small part that went into glasses or something. So the industry is there. It's just a matter of the conversation. And you know, if you know exactly where we're based, then you're more than welcome to join us and we can have the conversation.
I just want to make a comment. So actually what we need is for your students to come to the pharmacy department. Because the problem is that, you know, when you're an engineer, you generally work in dirty spaces. But when you're in the pharmaceutical industry, you need to understand GMP, you know, in pharma. Yeah. So actually, that was part of the why I came there, to say, you know, let your students come spend a week. I mean, we've had people from, for instance, the Center for Entrepreneurship Development, just come and see what we do. Because of, as you know, the pharmaceutical industry has all these other sub-professions within it. So it's actually an invitation to say, you know, bring your students on a regular basis. They can even sit in a class with pharmacy students. They can, you know, come and see. We have a pilot manufacturing facility. They can come there, maybe understand how gowning works. And actually, in the same sense, talking about the cannabis industry, it's actually also a pharmaceutical industry where you will need pharmaceutical engineering skills. Yeah.
All right. As part of the group today, our regional manager for Gauteng is here. Mr. Francois Bierga would be the perfect person for you to connect with.
No, thank you, guys. There is other question from Dr. Shabani, and then let's start here, and then we'll follow.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Shabani. I just wanted to ask Dr. Zulu and Ms. Chirame and maybe Mr. Engelbrecht, because of the automotive and the Volvo Group, looking at hemp under industrial and textile. Are you open for any suggestion or any collaboration in terms of what hemp does, you know, in terms of, you know, the inside of the car, like panels, you know, the fiber, you know, how can we now actually build that in terms of the automotive and the Volvo Group part? Thank you.
Thank you. Takane, you can take it.
Okay. As we said initially, we are open to partnership with the industry, so meaning that you can share your contact details, then we can maybe share information or learn from each other. Because as Volvo, most of our things are designed or manufactured from Sweden, and we only assemble vehicles locally. Yes, we do have some of the local contents on our vehicle, but majority of those is based on importation. So if we can use some of the local content on our vehicles, it will be very good. So we are happy to hear what you can offer to us.
All right, thanks. Before I go to the second question, I think I want to force Dr. Zulu to respond to this as the Tswana Automotive Hub, as the SEZ as well. They also have the supplier park. How can Dr. Shabani get involved within the automotive space, especially in the Roslyn side?
Thank you for that question, Dr. Shabani. I think for us, the drive towards industrialization is very important, and part of what we drive and promote is black industrialists. And part of the small businesses that we want to incubate in our phase 2 forms part of those textile and suppliers. Part of the training that we're doing now with some of the partners, we're actually training our students that are in the furniture making, but the focus is on building the seat. Once they graduate from building a seat that you're sitting on, then they can cascade into building a car seat because they will grasp the fundamentals. So part of the drive that we're looking for partners that are not just going to be looking at small scale, and looking at supplying the larger industry and becoming the future manufacturers that can look at in our export markets. Because we've already also brought in finance houses as part of our partnerships. We partnered with a small business, the CEDA, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, for those who are looking for financial injection, so that we make sure that your dreams become true. So I think part of that is what we've done. I think last year we tried to solicit around, some of the I think it was an RFI with the Gauteng province, where we're looking for small emerging suppliers like yourselves in the different aspects. We're looking from the energy, from the logistics, as well as the what we call the aftermarket, which could be part of what you represent. So I think for us, the doors are quite open for that.
All right, thank you very much. Alwyn, I'm not sure if you are covered. All right, let me take this a question from this side, and then we'll go at the back, and then I'll come back here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anish Korean. I'm part of two environments. I'm part of the French South African Institute of Technology, as well as the TUT AI Hub. My question is posed to the Volvo colleagues. Maybe specifically, you mentioned about fatigue detection in drivers. So we have a project that's looking at the application of FOIA-based technologies to assist the transport sector in different forms. And one specific one is where we're using data collection to detect the state, the well-being of drivers, specifically in the trucking industry, for example. So my question is, do you have specific studies that are taking place in that sphere? And is there opportunity to maybe collaborate on this particular project, which we are undertaking to test in the South African environment, to map out how does infrastructure play a role in the well-being of drivers? How can this be used, as you correctly said, to predict or develop early predictors for potential reduction of accidents in the country? So we are quite keen to see how we could partner with you if there's opportunity for that. Thank you.
I think we've got a real problem in South Africa regarding driver fatigue, in a sense of everything is based on a chase type of application. So I think vision from myself is that, you also want to protect your family on the road. And we all understand physics, or should understand physics in this type of forum, that you don't stop a 56-ton rig on a dime. It takes time. So I think that's quite important that we start managing our drivers a little bit more in the sense of humane, if you want to, if I can use that type of word, to say, listen here, a pop-up, to say, listen here, you're maybe fatigued, to take a break or something like that. But the thing is, from the industry, from the, how can I say, external industry as well, like the truck industry, we need to also have collaboration from them to say, listen here, we can't expect that type of demands from that industry as well. So we need to, it's a fine balance, but definitely, I feel in South Africa, we need to start developing and looking into that type of technologies, because it's quite a local type based challenge that we experience.
All right, thanks Alwyn. There's a question at the back, and then last question will be here. Please stand up and ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the panelists. My name is Yolanda Khoza. I'm the Managing Director of Dyke Construction and Engineering. My question will be posed to Bheki Zulu. However, I'd like to explain our current company. It is a niche environment that specifically deals with bigger generators and rotors. I was certified by the Swiss in terms of being one of their commissioning engineer, and I then moved into doing this engineering, looking at the field where OEMs within Africa would install various products, but the after sales and service support is not visible. So that was the whole point of starting the business. I hear you saying that you had, when you were assessing in terms of building the 12 factories, you looked for skills. What criteria was used in order for you to assess where the skills was required so that you would utilize the OEMs? And as you say that with the second phase, you are looking, I would assume, locally with the skills that has been imparted from the various countries to impart in the next, our local current skills that is required.
Okay, you can go ahead. I'll take the last question after you respond.
Thanks for the question. If you look at the skills base, you look at some of the sector skills plans that come from the different SETAs, in particular MESETAs, because what normally happens in the sector skills plans, industries particularly do a skills audit within the organizations, and then they submit that to a particular SETA to say, in future, these are the kind of skills that you'll be looking for. So the same goes with the OEMs and the components manufacturer. When they invest into the country, they will say, for this kind of production, we're going to need this set of skills. So if you look at the 12 factories, which has 12 investors that are different components that they manufacture, from your chases, your mirrors, your inside of the car, plastic injection molding, and the rest, each investor or each component manufacturer will have a set of skills that they're looking for. And these are the set of skills that when we did the recruitment around the area, obviously the main focus is that we have a skills center situated in Mamelodi as part of, soliciting your CVs from the local communities and Easteras, the communities that surround us. This is probably, in terms of our ECZ development and the social compact that we have with the community, is to have first assess the locally with what we call area 1, if there's those sets of needs. If not, then we can go to the next phase of the province, which is your area 2 and then area 3. So I think part of when we're recruiting, part of the skills that the OEMs were looking for, they couldn't find. Not all skills, but some of the skills that were specialized, scarce and critical, they couldn't find. That's where they were able then to solicit those skills outside the country. So I think that's, if I understand your question, is that you have a set of skills, but I wasn't sure in terms of where your skills base is in terms of the different needs. But basically, we work according to what the needs are in terms of what we need and what the OEMs need, and then we match the process in finding the relevant personnel to do that when we do the recruitment. Thanks. I hope it answers.
Thank you, Doc. There's a question right here. If you can stand up and please ask your question.
Thank you so much, Session Chair, and thank you to the panelists. Edward Gumbo from Universities South Africa, USAF. I have 2 questions directed to the 2 tech stations, and the other question will be directed to maybe Dr. Zulu and Volvo. Let me start with the last question. It's actually an extension of the question that was asked by the teacher. I'll be brief.
Please be very brief.
The first question is, to what extent and level can South African researchers influence the products that we consume or use? We have got advanced research, talk about AI from Prof. Korean, talking about the material, the interior, and even the exterior of the Volvo vehicle. Do we have any leverage to move around and influence that? Because I believe that our researchers know our context, our environment much better than the research center that maybe Volvo will have in Sweden. That's question number 1. And then question number 2, in terms of the tech stations, to what extent is there collaboration outside of the borders of TUT? For example, we've got the technology station in electronics, but in the manufacture of some products, there is maybe the mechanical component that need to be brought in, and it's not here at TUT. To what extent is then the tech station able to collaborate with other tech stations, maybe that focus on mechanicals, so that mechanical engineering, so that at least you have got a fully pegged product? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I think that will be the last question. I think your question covers everyone. So as Takarani, as you're giving your closing remarks, I will allow you to also answer part of the question, and then we'll go to Kobus to Alwyn. Thank you.
In short, to answer your question, firstly, when it comes to components that are used when manufacturing vehicles, they are so-called regulated components. And with those, it means that we can only source from those suppliers that are able to prove compliance to their products. Because when we do the so-called process of homologation, we need to submit proof of compliance as well. However, there are those components that we do not require proof of compliance. However, we require our suppliers to meet certain internal criteria of requirements. For those who will do assessments, and then we work with partners who want to partner with us, or suppliers who want to supply those components. But if you want to know more about the things that you can maybe tap into our production or our, actually our manufacturing process in terms of the components that we use when manufacturing vehicles, we can have a separate meeting maybe after this and we discuss this further. However, we just need to also bear in mind of the regulatory needs within the automotive sector.
Okay, thank you, Kobus.
Okay, to answer how tech stations can work together, that's actually quite easy for us to collaborate. It is an initiative inside the Technology Innovation Agency as well, that they want to utilize the tech stations to actually see interaction between all the universities. A good example of it was during COVID. We actually formed 5 universities and 4 tech stations that came together. And from that, there was a lot of training that occurred, plus a BPAP ventilator system was actually developed, where our tech station was responsible for the electronics, CUT was responsible for the patient interface part, VUT did the whole enclosure, as well as the airflow systems, and UJ was responsible for project management on that. So that was an ideal project to actually show how quickly, which was virtually in 2 weeks, between those universities, we got the proposal done, was submitted, and the project was done. So a tech station has a national mandate. Even though we are linked to TUT as a hosting institution, it doesn't mean we're limited in that way. Thanks.
Thank you. Vincent?
Okay. From our side, I think it was said that one of the tasks from TIA is to collaborate with other tech stations. On our side, as an example, we have collaborated with Limpopo Agro Food Processing at University of Limpopo, where University of Limpopo was processing olive oil. Now, as a station from chemicals station at TUT, we have added value into the process of the oil from Limpopo University. Then you end up come up with cosmetic product with an olive oil inside. So the promotional of the collaboration, not limited to TUT, still promoted by the funders as well.
Okay. Thanks. Kateko, also when you respond, please also give your closing remarks.
Thank you. I think to add to what my colleagues Vincent and Koba said, as a technical stations, we collaborate a lot. We recently done a project with a technical station at VUT where the main objective was to come up with a mold within a quick turnaround time. So because they are mainly into 3D printing or additive manufacturing, and we are still doing the traditional tool making, we just combine the 2 technologies to prove that more especially when a new product needs to be launched, you're not sure about it, you still need to test the market, and you need a rapid tool to be quickly made. So that was to prove that concept. We have also collaborated with a lot of industry. One project we did in the past was with the nuclear center, Nexa here in Pelindaba, where they used our facility to do a project in terms of manufacturing one of the nuclear components there. So in my closing remarks, I would like to say, as a technical station, we take the opportunity to come and talk to the guests about the work that we do, and we still we're still looking for more industry collaboration. And mostly, I need to also say maybe something that Dr. Zulu didn't mention is that TUT and TASA has actually signed an MOU last year. So as the university community, all the cities and hubs that are here, I think we need to leverage on that in terms of industry collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Witumelo? Yeah, you're on.
It's not working. PCSA was also part of that,
The mics don't like it.
Okay, there we go. I'll keep it still. PTSA was also part of the COVID project. I'm just not sure which institution we were working with. So we also then used the technology that we have in-house to design as well as to print some of the plastics parts that went into those ventilators during COVID. But as a thank you or closing remark, we're very grateful for the invitation to participate in the panel, and we look forward to partnerships and collaborations with the institutions, because we do need partnering when it comes to this ever-changing technologies, and not one of us can sort of do it alone. I think it's, what is the African saying that says, if you want to go far, well, if you want to go far, you go alone. I forgot it, right? But yes, that African saying, if we can just leverage off of that, I think we'll do great things. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Witumelo.
Thanks. In responding to the question, I think it's a very important question. In the industry, we have something called SAM 25, which is an automotive master plan for 2035. It's a DTIC-led initiative. And the aim of that master plan is to see localization move from 39% to 60% by 2035. I think the question that you're asking is quite pertinent, so that it's quite relevant, so that it then assists us to focus on the R&D component and actually, from an industry's perspective, support R&D. Because then it will help us to achieve those objectives. And I think part of the initiative that we've done, we've partnered with SABS for the same reason, to try and solicit localization and see the localization go through the rigorous process of being approved, so that we can present some of these approvals from a regulatory perspective into the OEMs. Part of our solution was to establish research chairs that are going to focus on the automotive sector. And I think the aim for us was to say, any student that is doing a master's or a PhD focusing on the automotive, that PhD, that thesis should not accumulate dust in the middle of a library or on somewhere on cloud. How do we find those research nuggets and try and throw them back into the industry for the sake of growing the industry? And I think it's part of the drive that we still want the academia to assist us on, because we are willing to put some funding to make sure that, that research chairs focuses on the automotive sector for the sake of improving the automotive sector and for the sake of actually producing our own South African owned car. I mean, we've got about 7+ OEMs, 7+1, the Stellantis now, in the country that are manufacturing. I'm also recognizing Volvos and others, but I'm talking about South African manufacturers, OEMs, from your BMW, Nissan, Ford, Mercedes-Benz, and so forth. These OEMs, with this kind of skill that we have in the country, we should be able to then build our own car. If not South African car, an African car for that matter. Because the skills base is here, you know, the components are known. So we need to then find a way of getting through the rigorous process of getting those components to be recognized by the automotive sector. And I think your point is very, very important. I think in closing, part of what we encourage also, DTIC has got a scheme which is Automotive Incentive Scheme and the APDP. Part of those schemes was to also drive localization up so that we can see the transformation agenda happening in the country. Transformation in a sense of not black and white, transformation of the South African market to have its own ownership of the automotive sector per se, so that we can be part of the global value chain. So I think for us, in closing, our doors are open in terms of partnerships. Thanks for the colleague for reminding me of the TUT agreement. I think we can piggyback from that and see how we bring in other players to come into the fore so that we can tackle this big elephant. It's a giant elephant. It needs all the contributions and collaborations from all walks so that we can able to tackle the challenge in our sectors. Thanks.
Thank you.
This one's bad. I think the panel touched on everything that's important for localization in South Africa. There's component regulation and everything, but I think that's why this type of forums is so important, that everyone can get involved, come together, and then start discussing it, because this is where ideas will go into action. Because the thing is, I think everyone realized, listen here, we need to start localizing so we can give our people work and develop skills. And I mean, we've got great engineers. I think that's why this type of forum is so important, so we can start connecting again. I think so. I also want to thank them from Volvo for the invitation as well. So I think we can take a lot from here. We learn a lot, and then we can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists. Lastly, I just want to thank everyone who has participated here, especially Mr. Vusis Kosana for being absent so that I can get more time. So we went from 0 question to a full discussion. It was very informative. I just want to thank you again for making this time. Lastly, I also want to say I'm a product of TUT as well. Thank you.
We actually have a small token of appreciation, so don't rush to your seat. Thank you so much. I think you would agree with me that this panelist is a reflection of the partnerships that the Tshwane University of Technology has with industry regarding science, engineering, and technology. So thank you so much to all the panelists. Round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much all for your participation. In Zulu they say kuhle kwethu. Right? In Zulu they say kuhle kwethu. We need to ululate. In Zulu they say kuhle kwethu. Kuhle kwethu. Zonaka zwasho swahina sasekile. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, because we have about 30 minutes before we break for lunch, I would like us to move on to the next panel discussion. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Matoto Tauche Zwane from the Tshwane University of Technology, who will be leading the discussions on maximizing the value of collaboration among engineering, science, and technology research and innovation entities. She will introduce the panelists. A round of applause for her, please.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start this session, and we're just going to do part 1 of the theme 3 session, and then we'll do the part B later on after lunch. And I would like to call upon the panelists for part A, which is the science part. And as I'll be talking around this topic, I would like to introduce on the stage Professor Katlego Makgopa, Dr. Gugu Moche, Ms. Hilda Ramorulana, and I think Professor Lutendo couldn't make it. So the 3 panelists will be, if they can please come on stage, just encourage them as they're coming on stage. So the topic for this session is maximizing the value of collaboration among engineering, science, and technology research and innovation entities. But this panel is only going to focus on maximizing the value of collaboration among science and technology research and innovation entities. Ladies and gentlemen, the word maximizing already means that there is some collaboration, isn't it? So I believe that there is some collaboration, but however, the purpose of this session is to make sure that at least by the end of this session, we have an idea on how we move from where we are to at least maximizing this collaboration. Obviously, I mean, there's opportunities and there's complexities that goes around with this collaborations. If you can just introduce yourself, about 3 minutes. We only have about 25 minutes before. So we are standing between lunch and everybody else. So don't make anyone angry, okay? So if we can just introduce ourselves. Hilda, you can start.
Good day, everyone. My name is Hilda Ramurulana, Acting General Manager for Center for Tissue Engineering. We are a multi-tissue bank. We source cornea, skin, and bone for tissue transplantation. So the center was established in 2002. We are authorized by Department of Health, and we are proud to say that we are ISO 2015 standard by BSI.
So if in a nutshell, what did you say your products are? I heard you, but just in case someone missed it, what are you producing?
We are producing cornea,
skin,
and bone.
And bone. Did you hear
Yes.
that? Okay, cool.
For transplant purposes.
For transplant purposes.
Yes.
Thank you. I always find it
we
fascinating.
enhance quality of life.
Thank you. I find it fascinating, so that's why I said she must repeat. Thank you. The next person.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues. This is Katlego Makgopa, and I'm the director for the Center of Applied Chemistry Research here at TUT. The center is situated at the Department of Chemistry, and as you know how chemists we are, we deal with a lot of chemicals, we do with a lot of analysis, especially in analytical chemistry. So the center was established in 2020 during the COVID, but it became more effective in 2021. So what we do, when we initiate the center, we realized that there's a lot of talks in terms of bridging the gap between academia and industry, in terms of the research that we do, and what we have also seen within the department. There was intensive research activity that, as researchers, most of researchers, they know, we do research for the basics of fundamentals, publications, and what we wanted to do is earmark the type of research that we do within the center and push it to business level in terms of product development and upscaling and commercialization. So what we do at the center, we also offer assistance in terms of doing the external analysis for our stakeholders, because we have broad experience in terms of analytical equipment. And we also offer short learning programs, especially in terms of understanding the equipment such as high performance liquid chromatography. And we also earmark those type of research that has been done within the members in the center in order to push it for product development. Thank you.
Thank you. Lutendo Sylvia Mudau. I'm the director of Center for Environmental Health. I can say we have revived the center from 2021. Our main focus is short learning programs, and we are doing that to enhance and have an impact in industries and communities. We have got 3 SLP that are on running. Food safety management, which we help farmers. We help the food retailers to ensure that their foodstuffs, when they are audited, they meet the required standard and meet the legislation. We have got also occupational, the legal knowledge on occupational health and safety. This is to ensure that those who are operating in occupational health and safety space, they can know the legal requirement and put everything that is required so that the labor department and others, when they come, they can find their industry intact. So we have also environmental management inspectors. We prepare those who are working in government, the department, so that they can also be able to enforce the legislation. We know them as environmental scorpions. So that's what we are doing. And we have got other SLP on the pipeline, the disaster management, and also the air quality, because we have got so many industries that are having problems in terms of conforming to the standard and legislation. We do also some research in food safety, which include the meat, which include also the game meat, and also other food safety issues, the disaster management, water safety and health, and also the climate change and health, occupational health and safety, ergonomics, noise, and everything. So we are a service also to the mines. We are also a service to the municipalities, municipal health services. We enhance those standards. Recently, we have also introduced our level 4 students that are trying to, to transform our waste into resource. If you go to our stall, you will see what the student has done through using tires. We've got nice coaches there made out of tires and other plastics and other things that are made of waste.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have anyone from the industry. I think Ms. Gugumushe or Dr. Gugumushe, who was supposed to be here, is not here. So, Professor Mahopa, if already you are collaborating, right, with a couple of other people, but in your environment, what if you would have a wish list, what type of collaborations would you want to see the center having in terms of you, being the best of what you could be? Wish list.
Thank you. Yes, I think I'll start by appreciating the fact that we are here. And I've also had one of the colleagues here that they have SMEs where they are developing reduced graphene oxide. We do have quite experience in terms of that. So I would really appreciate after the end of the day that we can partner with those type of SMEs where we can be able to either analyze the nanomaterials that they've developed in terms of quantification and qualitatively analyze it. And also, other companies that are here maybe that have not heard in terms of what they do, if we can partner with them in terms of analyzing whatever samples that we have, because we have quite vast techniques in our center in terms of such as XRF, we also have XRTs. And with those equipments, we can be able to do ICP and also GCMS. We can be able to quantify. We get a lot of samples from the industry. Some of the industries were already in partners with Mintech and also Nexa. So we would like just to expand in terms of the network and the stakeholders in that regard. And also, because we offer also short learning programs, so we'll appreciate that in terms of intensifying the knowledge about the usage of these equipment. If we can get those SMMEs to come to bring their employees to our center so that we can train them in terms of this other equipment that we have, because we are also providing those short learning programs. And of course, in terms of research, we'll be happy if we can be able to get organizations such as TIA to be able to approach them so that we can talk in terms of the type of projects and innovative research that we get from our center so that they can be able to assist in moving that towards product development or even commercialization.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Rama Bulana, is it Ramo or Rama? Ramo Rolana. So, in your environment, you have achieved quite a lot of things. So can you just tell us about some of your achievements and the type of collaborations that have made it possible for you to achieve some of this? Like without these collaborations, you wouldn't have achieved what you have achieved.
Thank you so much. We're still looking for more collaboration, but currently we collaborated with Department of Health, which are making things simpler for us, because without them we can't access the hospital. But currently we do have collaboration with them, with Netcare, Mediclinic and Life. And we also have with the state, some of the state hospitals. But we're still looking for more collaboration. So we want to expand our labs and also our product. So we want people to know, we want more awareness of our what we are doing. Remember, with us, most of people, they don't understand, especially Black communities. They don't want to donate tissue. So, but things are getting better because we collaborated with some of the state hospitals. So we are spreading our weights there. So, but if we can help each other to achieve more so that we can help people to save more lives, to enhance, like we can enhance the good quality of life to people.
Okay, so is tissue donation an important aspect of your facility?
It is a very important. We play a vital role in people's life. Remember, there's people there waiting for a transplant, but without this tissue donation, if people, they don't donate, meaning we can't help those people. But if people are donating, we can help 65 patients.
Okay.
Like we can enhance good quality of life.
Okay.
So we are still appealing and asking people to donate.
Okay, so in a year, how many people benefit from the organization?
In a year,
In a year?
like I mentioned, that one donor, we can save 65.
One donor, 65
Yes.
lives.
So, but monthly, our target is 14 donors. So, but we can, sometimes we get 20 or more, meaning 20 times 12, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, but we are also planning to export our product.
All right. In terms of funding?
We're still looking for funding. Currently, we don't have. Our machine technology that we're using is very old. So we are looking for investment. We are asking for funding. So if it's possible, then they can contact us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. From one health sciences to the other, Dr. Lendo. Collaborations. How far have you gone? Do you think that you have broadened your horizons, or are you okay? Or do you still want more?
Thank you so much. In terms of collaboration, we cannot say enough. There's no enough in collaboration as the world is changing and things are changing. So once we collaborate, which means we are learning from each other and we are developing things that can help our community. That's what environmental is all about. We prevent before things get worse to the community. So the collaboration that we have, mostly because we are dealing with most of the majority of us are found in the municipalities and also in some of the mines. We are having more collaborations right now with a lot of municipalities, and we still need more municipality to come on board, especially in terms of training and in terms of capacity building, so that we can learn from each other and while we are imparting that knowledge to them. So I can say we are not collaborating alone, we are also collaborating within TUT. Yeah. So we are having engineering, they are doing on the part of climate niche, we are there also. Yes. We are now digitalizing the analysis of water remotely. So we are testing it within Kangala District Municipality, whereby because we have got so many boreholes, we have got so many diseases, so they will get those results online before they can, they can send somebody to go for water analysis. Already they will have alert that this borehole and that borehole have got a problem. The prototypes they are having the GPS inside, and then they can get the remote, the results at the same time. So these are things that we are doing. And then also in mines, we are currently on occupational health and safety legislation, but also in other industries, the legal knowledge. We have got so many customers from mines. We still need more mines to collaborate with us.
All right.
And thank you very much. And also in terms of research, we welcome all the research needs and all the funding that are there. Thank you.
Thank you, very fascinating. We'll open the floor for any questions just before we finish the session. Anyone with a question? There's a question here. Where is the microphone? There's a question here in front. They didn't see your hand, sir.
Thank you very much. I've got a question for Prof. Rutendo on environment. It's also a question and a comment. The mere fact that I like what you mentioned on prevention, because one of the issues with the managed healthcare system is lack of prevention, and then you've got more burden on the treatment, rehabilitation, and palliation. So once you don't capacitate the prevention, it falls into treatment, and then it falls into rehabilitation and palliation. So you've got burden of the disease throughout the other three pillars. So I like the mere fact that the capacitation of the environmental issues when it comes to all infection, that actually fits in well with us. So would actually like to see how we collaborate into that. And then with Prof, I'd want to know, because one of the challenges that we're having in cannabis is that most lab, when they test, the cannabinoids profile and the terpenes don't usually come back to the same level. So I'd like to know if there's any standardization into that and new research. And then to Ms. Hilda, I actually, you're speaking to me when you're talking about the skin and the bone and all that. So I think that's what we can capacitate, because we've got a lot of leakage in terms of that when it comes to amputation, in terms of that. But how can we actually make people aware of that? Because part of it will be awareness campaigns, and then that's when you get actually, a response and support into that. Thank you.
Thank you. You quickly want to answer? Were there questions or were they just comment? There were some questions, especially for Prof.
Yeah, thank you. I can't speak much on cannabis because I think that's why we have Prof. Katerere as an expert in that regard. So our expectations from the center is that if ever there's anything that we want to, maybe the line of Professor Katerere wants to approach us in terms of analysis, we can always sit down with them and see how best we can assist. In most cases in our center, we look at more on the nanomaterials and nanostructured and microstructured materials in terms of developing them. Like for example, now, what we are currently, I was hoping that I'm going to be asked this question of what interests you in what you are currently doing. We have developed nanomaterials where we had what we call onion-like carbons coupled with metal oxides. And we tested those materials for electrochemical energy storage devices in supercapacitors as well as batteries. And these are the materials, the advanced materials that we want to push forward, that we mostly use in the analysis. And I'm quite happy that at least we have Center for Energy and Electric Powers here. I'm hoping to be able to talk to them, because after we develop these energy storage devices, of course, we have to deal with engineering, because I think that's also why I like the theme, that how science and engineering and technology centers can be able to assist one another. We are coming from the chemistry background. We deal more with the material analysis. I'm sorry, I know I've deviated a bit from you, but I just want to put it out there. So we deal with material synthesis and analysis, but however, in terms of device fabrication, we need the engineers to be able to come in hands with us, so that they can part us, because they deal with the environment of the what do you call it? The electrical portable components of it. So for me, that's what is going to be exciting. But for yours, coming back to you, I think we will have to talk between you or maybe Professor Katere to see how we can be able to assist in terms of the cannabis environment. Thank you.
Yes, you can give the mic to Ms. Holder.
Oh, thank you so much. Was that a question or a comment? In terms of awareness, we do awareness to educate public to know about tissue donation. So, but we also requesting for you guys to help us with the invitation so that we can come to the rural areas to educate the public with the tissue donation.
Okay. You can give the mic to Prof. Lutendo. Was it just a comment?
Was that a comment?
Okay. All right. We only have about 3 minutes before we can finish. If there's just one burning question to our panelists. I know we're going to lunch, but you can have a question. No questions. Okay. I'm just going to give you half of a second of a closing remark, especially to call out people that you deem very important collaborators that you don't have yet, and so that we can close the session. Prof. Lutendo? Anyone in mind?
Okay, thank you so much. Our environmental health is broad. We need also the hospitals to come in, because we are more on the municipality, and also the non-governmental organization that are dealing with the water, sanitation, and health, and also climate change and health. We are lacking those, and also children and health, because it's very much important now to look at the life of children, and also those who can help us to transform waste into a resource, so that the entrepreneurs that can grow our level 4, so that on exit level, they can open their own business rather than for them to go and look for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Mahupa?
Yes, thank you. I think as my last remarks is just to appreciate this event, because normally when we attend the quarterly meetings, we hear about so many technology stations, and you end up not knowing what everyone is doing. So I appreciate that I've listened to all the speakers from other technology stations, and I wish that we can find a common ground where we can be able to work together and collaborate on. And also, yes, I think I would appreciate if we can get assistance also from TIA. All these product development and commercialization things, they requires money, and they requires also the business mindset in terms of how you can take all this from technology ready level 1 or 2 or 3, moving up there. And also, yes, the SMMEs, those who are working with nanostructured and microstructured materials, or you have samples that you are dealing with, it can be any variety of samples, and you want them to be quantitatively or qualitatively analyzed. I'm also making that call that you may approach us. We really have vast experience, vast number of equipment, and we have also acquired the grant in terms of from the maintenance call to maintain our equipment, so that our equipments are nicely maintained. So feel free that whatever data that will be coming from, it will be of proper quality. So those who are in those environments, we can start initiating the talks so that we can see where we can reach a common ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening. We really appreciate this opportunity to share our passion, because it's not easy to work with people that they lost their loved ones. We normally talk with the family during a difficult time, but they still have that heart that will save or enhance other lives to donate. We are also looking for a collaboration in terms of technology. The technology that we are using now, we want to see ourselves maybe using a 3D technologies. So we are looking for the sponsors and the investors. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, from these discussions, we can realize that, I mean, we all realize that collaborations is not, you don't mean a particular, company or just for funding. So collaborations can be in outreach, like Ms. Rulana said. And I think, you cannot be a standalone institution. There's this umuntu ngabatu, which has been way overdone, but we are what we are, through our collaborations and the support. But I think from TUT side, seeing your institutions have been done what they have done so far, I think we can clap hands for TUT, right? We are doing something very well, and congratulations, and I hope that today's opportunity that you had has opened up your your centers to other people that didn't know about you. So thank you very much, and thank you very much. Lunch will be served. No, I'm kidding.
On that note, let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you so much to the panelists for sharing your insights. We've got a small token of appreciation. If you could just come forward. Thank you so much. Before we break for lunch, I don't want to say much, but we have exhibitions taking place outside from the Faculty of ICT, Department of Computer System. Please do check them out because they're showcasing outside. It's the animal intrusion detection using renewable energy and the agricultural spraying drone. I know that probably you saw it when you came through. We also have the solar car from the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. So please do check it out as we break for lunch. We should be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. And please, in terms of dishing up, let's allow table 1 to 4 to go. the value of collaboration among engineering, science, and technology research and innovation entities with our facilitator, Dr. Matoto Taochezwane, also from the Tshwane University of Technologies. You're coming back. Now the focus is on engineering. She will then introduce the panelists. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the graveyard shift, so please be alert and let's have a very fruitful session. I would like to welcome to the stage the Group B of our program, which is mainly engineers and industry partners. I would like to welcome Dr. Phumza Zweni from Mintech, Professor Anish Kurian from FSATI, Prof. Olawale Popula from TUT, SIP, Mr. Malcolm van Harte, ESCOM, Dr. Messi Ramakokovu from INER, Dr. Bienvenu Agbokponto Soglo from Intel. I hope I didn't butcher your name. And would also like to welcome Dr. Gugu Moche from the National Research Foundation. As they were coming on the stage, from the previous engagement, we realized that collaborations can be from everywhere. So as we continue with the session now, we have industry, we have academia, and we have public-private partnerships. We also have interdisciplinary and cross-sector collaborations, as we have heard from the previous sessions. Research consortia and networks also offer a very useful collaboration opportunities. And by that, I would like the panel to introduce themselves very shortly. Who are you? Where do you work? And just a little bit about your company. We can start from over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Phumza Zweni. I am the executive manager for RDI Services, which is a support function at Mintech. And in terms of the portfolio, I have oversight for institutional planning, monitoring and reporting, the R&D management component, the Office of Tech Transfer, communications, as well as check and ERM. So it's just a mix of functions that we have. And I think in the spirit of earlier presentations, we have an existing collaboration with TUT. In fact, we are friends of the chemistry department. So there's a lot of work there. As part of one of our objectives at Mintech is to develop a capable workforce. And that collaboration is assisting with that. And I'm happy to say that about 20% of all our staff members who are enhancing their qualifications, they are doing it with TUT.
Oh, wow, that's good. Sorry, before you pass the mic over, for the purpose of those who do not know, what does Mintech do?
Mintech is research and technology organization, so a research institute focusing on minerals innovation. So we work a lot with the mining sector, but also we have other focus areas that talk to advanced materials. So the main focus is to help with the minerals processing. So extracting valuable, minerals from the ore. So there are a lot of collaborations with industry. And then also beneficiation technologies that we are sort of trying to develop. And I think just doing R&D in the applied space. So we also want, part of our strategy is to make sure that we commercialize the IP that we generate. So there's a big focus of that. And then the invitation is quite sort of, came at the right time because we wanted to see how we can collaborate broader within our TUT.
Oh, okay, thank you. Prof. Korean?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anish Korean. I wear many hats, so I'll explain maybe the one in what role I am here today. So I'm currently a director of an institute called EFSATI. EFSATI is the French South African Institute of Technology. We have 2 institutes in South Africa, and it's a bilateral program between the South African and French governments. So there's one institute based at TUT and another at CPUT. We are about 30 years old. So the initiative was actually established through a visit by former President Nelson Mandela to France in 1996, 94, actually, just after the transition. So that's how old the Institute has been in existence. What does the Institute try to achieve? The Institute is focused on bringing the South African and French academic systems closer. So we have a lot of collaborative programs that establish movement, mobility between South Africa and France in terms of academics, moving between South Africa and France. So for example, we host French professors at TUT, and they spend time in our system to contribute to postgraduate training, research and development. So that's one of the objectives. The second is to allow for mobility of staff and students between both countries. So it's not uncommon that staff spend time in France and vice versa. And also students, we give opportunity for students to spend time in France. For example, end of this week, we have 8 students from TUT that are traveling to France. They'll spend 1 semester in France, and they have this opportunity to experience international training, which I think broadens their outlook. And we've been doing this for over 20 years. To support our R&D, I'm going to stop just now because I need to get to the important part. Obviously, we're focused more in postgraduate training. That's our main role at TUT. To support postgraduate training, you need research and development to take place, for which we partner with strategic partners to drive our research and development objectives. So currently in our space, if you look in our stall, we have this keen interest in building assistive technologies to help people with varying levels of disability. We have a keen interest in the telecommunications sector, building solutions to assist the telecommunications sector. And we have this keen interest in the transport sector, where we're looking at building solutions to assist the transport sector, but mainly by applying 4IR technologies. We take some of these solutions and we also apply it into the AI space, where we have a keen interest. I'll stop there for now.
All right, Dr. Soglo.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bienvenue Apoponto Soglo. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Africa, but also our International Government Affairs City Liaison at Intel Corporation. I believe all of you certainly know or have heard about Intel. We are headquartered in Santa Clara in the Silicon Valley. In the US, we have more than 120,000 employees worldwide, where 85% of those employees are engineers. We are present in 53 countries around the world, including on the African continent. And then if you have a computer, certainly you see our, a blue stick there, our logo there. So which means that our processors are powering the, personal computers, the desktop, but you also have our technology in the data centers, in the cloud, in AI, as well as in edge compute, 5G. In addition to that, we also, have our technologies in autonomous vehicle, plus the fact that, a couple of years ago, we started a new company, I'll say within the company, which is Intel Foundry, whereby we're providing services not only for ourselves, but also for external customers. One important aspect I would like to mention is that as Intel in Africa, we using our global scale and the understanding of the continent, to contribute to, providing local solution to African challenges.
Yeah.
And so the way we engage on the African continent, we focus on 4 key areas. The first one is that we act as a trusted advisor to, African government in the digital transformation journey. The second one is we engage with regional economic communities, continental organizations, to contribute to the development of harmonized policies, for example, on 5G, for example, on AI. We also supporting the African deep tech startup ecosystem, especially in AI. And the fourth area is we expanding the digital readiness, working with African government to upskill the youth and the current workforce. And I will talk a little bit more about that. Thank you.
All right. The next person.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Munyadziwa Mese Ramakokovu. I'm from the Institute of Nano-Engineering Research. Our focus is a multidisciplinary research institute which focuses on alloy development, corrosion, mineral processing, extractive metallurgy, and also include wastewater treatment. For alloy development, we look into biomaterials, we look at implants, and also alloys for defense, alloys for automotive and aerospace, and also polymer-based alloys. We also have a characterization facility where we characterize and synthesize alloys that we produce from the only one spark plasma sintering machine. That is the only machine that is available in the whole of Africa for alloy development. And then we also characterize using the LFA, which is the laser flash analyzer. It's also the only one in Africa that looks at thermal conductivity and also resistivity of materials. We also house the type of corrosion and corrosion facilities. That's where we test our alloys and also do our mineral processing initiatives. We also focus on capacity development as we are a research and development institute. We develop masters and PhDs from these initiatives. And yeah, a lot of innovations, they come out of our institute.
Okay, Mr. Khupana.
Oh, thank you, everybody, and good afternoon again. My name is Olawale Popola. I'm a professor out here at the institution. I'm the director for the Center for Energy and Electric Power. I also hold one of the SATI chair, DSI NRI, in terms of energy and power system modeling, which is more or less known as energy solutions for inclusive and sustainable societies. The Center for Energy and Electric Power, our mission is more or less for us to be able to develop, implement, and transfer what we call effective energy solutions for industrial, commercial, and as well as residential application and purposes with a target for sustainable development. That's the essence of the center. And in terms of our vision, we more or less want to more or less provide what we call cutting-edge solutions, which definitely provides, which more or less provides an insight into the environment that is all about in terms of more or less solving the problems. Apart from that, also, we are more or less a training institution in terms of being able to provide trainings both within and also outside to companies as well. And apart from that, the essence for us is more or less in terms of ensuring that we are able to transfer such solutions, especially in enabling the society that we are in. Having that at the back of our mind, our areas are more or less wide in terms of energy issues, which I believe that definitely is a multidisciplinary approach. But emphasis are more or less placed on what we call energy conversions and energy management with reference to smart and effective energy solutions for buildings for industrial use and as well as commercial purposes. We look at what we call renewable and sustainable energy solutions or energy storage systems, which are very, very important in this fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. We also take into consideration that whenever you talk about energy, the social effect is very paramount, especially taking it into what we call the disruptive environment that we have, which more or less needs for us to have a good understanding. So we have what we call energy and behavioral application in terms of effective solutions. Apart from that, also we look into what we call the refrigeration and more or less heat pump aspect, which is a very important aspect. Not forgetting that in power systems, there is always a need for us to look at new materials, especially when we look at issues around power losses, we look at issues around voltages, stabilities, and every other thing. So we more or less also have what we call the new material side of things, which is very, very important to us.
Okay.
Those are more or less some of these areas that we are focused in. But in terms of works that are more or less been understood and been undertaken, and in terms of our focus, we are more or less in what we call contra research, because definitely we more or less produce and train students as well, and also more or less bring about what we call prototypes in order for us to be effective. So we have contra research, we have what we call product development. We take our research from the research level in terms of innovative solutions and more or less put them into product as well. And one of the focus is more or less also to ensure that everybody, especially when we look at the issue around access to clean energy and affordability, we look at the issue of sustainable cities, we look at the issue of proficient generations and more or less utilization. It's very, very important that we are able to take these solutions, especially to those that can afford it, in order for them to be included in the society. So we're trying as much as possible to build such solutions. And if you go to our stance here, you'll see that our focus is to ensure that everybody, no matter whether is the low income, is more or less not able to afford it, is going to have a PV on his house, which is going to more or less provide power to him in terms of his activities. So it's more or less a generally wide aspect. Thank you.
Dr. Moche?
Good afternoon. My name is Gugu Moche, and I'm from the National Research Foundation, where I serve as the acting deputy CEO for RISA, which is the funding arm of the foundation. But I also am responsible for digital transformation. And just briefly, in terms of funding, or maybe in terms of the National Research Foundation, NRF, as it's known to you, there are basically two major functions that it performs. It's the funding arm, and also as a research performer. And the research performer happens through the national facilities. The funding happens through funding for HCD, so it ranges from funding next generation, emerging researchers, established researchers, centers of excellence, Sachi chairs. Now we're moving towards national institutes, and even funding for established researchers. We are now trying to move a little bit more towards funding more research teams or research groups. The idea then is to say, how do we ensure that we are funding for impact? So social impact becomes one of those things that we are now serious about, not that it wasn't that way before, but also promotion of innovation. So funding for innovation is also one of the focus areas, and maybe let me pause there, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just want to start with Dr. Soglo. So we've often spoken about the triple helix, with government, higher education, and industry partners. We're now talking quadruple, helix. But as a big organization, an international organization like yours, how do you make sure that you partner with academic institutions, universities like ours, to make sure that you empower and you also add value to the skills from that university? How is Intel approaching that?
Thank you very much for the question. Let me provide a little bit of a background in the fact that as Intel on the African continent, when we're looking at how we can support ICT innovation on the continent, and especially the deep tech startup ecosystem. In 2022, we conducted actually 2 studies. So the first one was to evaluate the African deep tech startup ecosystem, right, whereby there we found that roughly 60% of the deep tech startups are employing AI. But what we realized that those startups are not coming from the universities. And therefore, we conducted the second study, which is evaluating the African deep tech spin-off ecosystem from the lab to the market. So that also helped us to understand what are the deep tech that are actually employed in the universities to create spin-off biotechnology, data cloud, and edge, and AI as well. So based on those 2 studies, then we identified that there are 6 key areas where intervention are actually needed to support the deep tech startup ecosystem on the continent. So those 6 quickly, the need for digital skills training program for deep tech, the need for access to R&D resources, financing, right, government support, go-to-market, and then the 6, not in a particular order, the 6 is university and industry collaboration, right? So looking at that, in fact, starting from last year in August, we had the first workshop with TUT here on AI. And out from those workshops, in fact, we have our experts joining virtually, professors from TUT presenting the solutions and so on. And the following month, we actually, put together an MOU, right, which we signed in September, just to formalize our discussion, but also to try and implement one of our digital readiness program, right? We have 5 programs there. And fast forward this year in May, it was 22nd of May of this year, we launched the Intel First Intel Career Tech Center in TUT here. And so with that, we've implemented our Intel AI for Future Workforce, which is to train and build the capacity of future workforce in AI, and work ongoing with Prof. Anish that is looking at how to implement those various models. The second area is that this year, for the second edition of our Intel Liftoff for African AI Startup, TUT was one of our partners for the hackathon. One key aspect there is that when we look at Intel globally, where we have 85% of our workforce that are engineers, we believe that what we can bring to the table is our technical engineering know-how. And therefore, for the hackathon, we're looking at AI startups that have technical engineering team, right, that can actually perform the challenges. And based on that, then we bring them into our global program for them to get mentorship, for them to improve, the AI models and so on. So I'm just giving this practical example. One last one, which I think it is important. It is the study that we conducted to see AI in universities in Africa. And that was published also in May of this year, and I think is a very interesting report. It's publicly available. There are recommendations there. But what that does, it actually helps us to understand that when you talk about AI on the African continent, there are countries or universities that are providing courses, whether it's bachelor's or master's, but there are other areas where it is not specific there. So there are specific recommendations on what could be done in South Africa, but also on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Moche, I mean, as NREV, you are one of the biggest funders in terms of research in South Africa. And often, there is enough funding maybe to start up with research, but later on you find that, centers and institutes maybe do not do that well, after the research has been done and now they have to be sustained. So how would you advise in terms of collaboration on the sustainability of whether it's a center or an institution that you have started, beyond the research funding? What collaborations are necessary to sustain those kind of institutions?
Thank you. I think for us now, the approach is that right from the beginning, before we even start on the work, we have to make sure that there's a plan that allows for life beyond, if it's your centers or your such chairs, almost 15 years of funding. And that life has to be a life of what's next after this, right? And I think at times what we do, we start with what is the focus, is this a credible research agenda, and we support. And even though we embed sustainability in it, I don't think at times we track it in ways that we ensure that life after funding is there. So the approach now is to ensure that right at the beginning, we have sort of now a unit that is intended to do exactly that.
Okay.
That's from the beginning. Let's then plan that what happens post the funding, because funding can exist obviously in perpetuity.
Yes.
But funding also, it's supposed to say, we're taking you up this point, but also for you to be able to leverage other funds. So once you're doing that, how do we then ensure that come 15 years later, then everything goes toward it? So some of the examples that we are now doing with some of the institutes that have come to the end of their lifespan, we are saying we, for example, won't stop supporting students. So we will continue supporting students. We won't stop supporting emerging researchers, for example. We'll continue doing that. But I think there has to be a considered type of planning, not right at the end, from the beginning, to say what happens post the funding.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you very much. And Professor Kurian, you've been in the FSAT, you said, like, for a very long time. So what do you think should happen beyond what you're already doing in terms of collaboration and maybe broadening your scope of work?
Thank you. That's a question we ask ourselves every day. How do we keep the program going? And I think that's a challenge that every institute faces because as was mentioned, when these centers start, they start with a lot of seed funds to get going. But once you're post that 10, 15 year, you have to start thinking of sustainability. How do you sustain the programs? And you can't depend on single sources. You have to diversify in your funding model to ensure that your activities are perpetuated and not the funding necessarily. So we look at different avenues to support our activities. Obviously, our core is primarily postgraduate training, so for which we're grateful to the NRF. For example, to support a lot of our students because we're able to access some of those mechanisms to support students. But we look for partners that are like-minded to support some of the activities. So I'll just give an example of mobility. One of our core functions is to enable mobility between South Africa and France. And again, the NRF supports us with that. But we look for other partnerships or other funding instruments such as the European Union, the Erasmus programs, through which we are able to support some of these activities on an ongoing basis. The third element, sorry, I want to quickly conclude, strategic partnerships. So just as we have now partnered with Intel, we partner with Telkom, we partner with TUT. These bring us additional funding that can then stimulate additional development within our institute to then carry on the activities that we are currently focusing on.
Yeah, okay. Can I just give a mic to Dr. Zwini? So Dr. Zwini, as a key partner for TUT and probably other institutions, from MinTech, so what is that key element that you are missing from universities? That if we improve on this one, and it's probably maybe across the board with all other industry partners, that this is the one thing that has to be done to make sure that the collaboration stays longer and are more impactful.
Thank you for that.
What are we doing good? What are we doing good?
Maybe let me start off with what is all good. In terms of work-integrated learning, we do that well. From a pipeline point of view, I think currently, we're hosting about 10 wills from TUT. Obviously, also other universities of technologies. And the one thing for me that I would like to see maybe we do better with TUT, we have a postdoc program. And I think we would like to see more postdocs or even interns from the extractive metallurgy space, minerals processing space, as well as a bit of biotech, because we do work on mine-impacted water where we even have a demonstration, a plant at Emalahleni. So we are industry facing, and when we do get, like students from various institutions, when they work on our projects, they do get that industry exposure because we have a lot of demonstration facilities, piloting facilities, and yeah, so that's happening. And then also we would like to see more of the products or technologies in the market.
Yeah.
So if we can maybe at least get something through the centers today to make sure that we do end up having things there in the market. And in terms of, you'll tell me when to stop because I can go on and on and
I think
on.
we should stop so that we give the other two people a chance so that before we open the floor for questions.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Maybe just to also share that some of our products that we already have at Mintech, they are sold globally. So we do have that global footprint as well.
Okay. For Dr. Rama Kokovu, I would ask you the same question. So what would you like to see in terms of collaborations to make your institute better and have more impact? The other one.
From our side, collaboration means we should be able to provide solutions, and those solutions should be able to maybe transform the market in terms of our alloy. The alloys that we develop should be able to penetrate into maybe the automotive industry, for example. We should be able to see commercialization or moving of our research and development products from technology readiness level 3 at least to 10, where you are able to apply it and see it in industry. So it doesn't help us to sit in silos and say there's no expertise in areas that we are playing in. So our plea would be just collaboration in different areas in order to in order to actualize our research and development products. So, for example, if we have just currently concluded our electric vehicle battery circular or recycle. So currently in South Africa, you don't have a facility that can recycle those EVs. So if that technology could be able to go for maybe your automotive industry, then you know that your collaboration is effective. So for us, effective collaboration means at least products going for commercialization.
Okay. All right. Prof. Popula, 2 seconds before we open the floor for questions.
First of all, I think one of the main issues that we have around being able to more or less ensure that we sort of diversify is more or less the retentions of the emerging ones, the proteges that you have, that you're bringing in line. Because you find out that in bringing them up, because you can hold on to them as a result of not being able to provide the retention in terms of meeting whatever is happening within the market itself, you lose them. Okay. And once you lose them, there is always a gap. Now, there is a need for you to fill that gap. Yes. So I would really want a situation when we're talking about moving into the next height, then we need also funders and strategic partners to more or less come in order to assist with such a model. Not just only provision of bursaries. Bursaries does not really, it does make an impact, but it does not get us to retain there. So we ourselves we also need to go out there and also see how we can bring in funds. So that's one aspect. Another aspect also, like my colleague here was more or less talking about, in terms of the lifespans of centers. I think it's, I did have a conversation with the NRF, all right, that there is a need for them to also look into all those centers that have more or less been able to transform into a sustaining entity. They should more or less be able to bring such workshops out there to the SACHIs and the centers of excellence so that they will more or less learn, because there is always a phase. The starting phase, the consolidation phase, the reaching out phases. These phases, they need to bring it to us in order for us to be able to learn and more or less use it in order for sustainability. These are things I believe I would have gone.
Okay, all right. Okay, you've heard from all our panelists. So if you have any question, please raise up your hand and direct the question to the person that you want to answer. There's a question there in the booths. Any other question, any other hand up? Okay, there's a gentleman there with a question. Please just come out because you're not visible here.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to your panel for some very enlightening thoughts that came through from you. My question is directed at the person from the NRF in particular. And I think this comes to me from a perspective that we've all lived through COVID. We all know what happened during COVID. And the one thing that we know for sure, the glue that kept us together during COVID were the arts. I would like to know, why has the NRF policies still not changed towards the arts? When I look at the funding modules, your request for funding, your focus areas, you call these focus areas, they're always science-orientated stuff, they're always geopolitical stuff, always climate change stuff. Yet the salvation during the world crisis were the arts. And now the reason why I asked this question, my university is holding one of the largest conferences in the world in 2 weeks' time on the CSIR campus, right next to the NRF. We struggled to get funding from the NRF for this conference, firstly, Artivism. Our festival takes place next week. I applied for this. We still couldn't get funding. So I would like to know, where does the arts sit on the agenda of the NRF in terms of funding, and what priorities are we giving now to the arts, having learned a lesson that during COVID, it was the arts that kept us together. Thank you.
Okay, you can answer, Dr. Moshe. Yes.
First, I think maybe as a starting point, let me say that there aren't any problems of the society that cannot be attacked with total exclusion of the humanities and arts. And for that, one says that the engineers, the scientists, the technologies create artifacts, but without proper understanding of the material conditions for which those artifacts are created, we are not doing anything here, right? So the humanities and arts, in terms of those interdisciplinarity, in terms of multidisciplinarity, even transdisciplinarity, are important. To that effect, if you look at the funding of the NRF, 29%, when at least 29%, but if you put it up, it will be up to around 32 to 34% goes towards funding the humanities and arts. The approach is that if we're funding, particularly your much bigger instruments, is that there must be interdisciplinarity in it. It might be that our guiding light in most cases is our decadal plan now, our documents, including our research agenda, but most importantly, we are very much reminded even by our board that funding of the humanities is important. But we are also not blind to the fact that you also have other entities like your HSRC that actually also are solely focused on the humanities, but without necessarily having more of a systemic approach, then we're not going anywhere. So to your point, let me hasten to add that yes, maybe some of our focus might be on the sciences largely, but note that part of our requirements is that there should be interdisciplinarity in what we fund. But also to note that particularly for our emerging researchers and our next generation, there is no distinction in terms of discipline. We fund openly. The STEM, of course, in some instances prioritized. So to answer your question, yes, maybe quite a bit of our funding might be going towards STEM, largely because it's how do we then ensure that societal impact happens in what we do, but we are also very much acutely aware that there's no way that we can have societal impact without arts and the humanities.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that answer. And I think it's very applaudable for the NRF, especially coming from the fact that it is an entity of the DSI, you know, which is the Department of Science and Innovation. But the fact that the NRF has gone out, you know, to also cater for the humanities, I think is very applaudable. And I mean, that particular incident, maybe it's, you know, something else that could be discussed out of this platform. Anybody else with a question? I told you it's not a graveyard shift, so you're not allowed not to ask questions. There's a question here. Please raise your hand. Oh, you have a mic already, okay.
Yes. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Tandi. I'm currently with Mintech in the commercialization office. I actually did extractive metallurgy some years ago here at TUT. So I'll speak straight to Dr. Messi. And my question will be around commercialization. I've done a little bit of commercialization out of extractive metallurgy, and I've found it a bit easier. So I want to understand what are the challenges that you face specifically for extractive metallurgy, because when you look at the nature of the projects, these are high capital projects that take years, and they're very niche. And in most instances, you find that it's very difficult to commercialize. So I'd like to know what are the challenges that you face in terms of commercialization, and how has TUT been able to work around that to achieve successful commercialization?
Okay, before you even answer, I just want to ask, are you collaborating with Mintech? Are you in partnership with Mintech? You are? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we collaborate a lot with Mintech in terms of projects in extractive metallurgy and also physical metallurgy. But our challenge with commercialization is that from the research perspective, we reach at technology readiness level 3. So to move to the piloting, it becomes a little bit costly. So we have to maybe partner with Mintech, for example, to do the piloting so that we can reach to technology level readiness 10. So in that case, if the expertise in Mintech are limited, then we will not be able to move, because the funding gaps from TIA, they would, or maybe industry would be to take the technology readiness level 7, which means that we have to cover the gap from technology readiness 4 to 7, so that that piloting, it is solely on us. And in terms of capital, we don't have that capital. So, and most of industries, they only take our technology from 7 and to 10. So if the skills gap, or maybe the capacity in terms of financial capacity, it is the limiting factor in moving our technologies to commercialization. As you said, it is capital intensive, yeah.
Okay. Any other question? I think I saw a hand earlier on. Yes, sir, you can ask your question.
Okay, thank you. I think my question just want to go to Dr. Messi also. Dr. Messi, do you know the company called Zwenga Laboratories or Technologies? Have you heard about them? No. Yeah, I think as one of the purposes for this meeting, for us to be able to assist one another, those guys, they've approached me in terms of lithium-ion battery recycling. So I'll really advise that maybe after the meeting we meet and we see how we can, I can hook you guys with them, and we can take the conversation forward. Is it okay? Thank you, thank you.
Okay. And on that note, is there anyone else with funding who also wants to meet someone after this discussion? No one? Okay, we are a lot here, so please just in brief, your closing notes, something that it is on your chest that you wanted to say but you didn't get a chance to say. Just in closing, so that we can move to the next session. Dr. Zweni, anything?
Thank you. In terms of what we can do more also, let's have those knowledge sharing sessions, just like today. Let us continue that. And just also to say that Mintech is turning 90 years this year. So we've been in the industry for quite some time, and we've managed to be where we are through collaborations. So we'd like to see more collaborations in the next, for the next 90 years. Just then to extend an invitation, we'll be having an innovation showcase celebrating the 90 years of innovation, and it will be on the 11th and 12th of November. So I'm expecting to see you there.
Is it an open invite to everyone?
It is. You can register through our website or through SAIM.
Okay, thank you. Prof?
Thank you. I think I've been given the opportunity to say enough. But maybe as parting points, I think there's a lot more we can achieve through collaboration. We can achieve greater impact. There's a lot of opportunity through the work that we're doing within many of our centers and institutes. Solutions that can really make an impact on society, which is one of our goals as an institution. And we're looking for partners that have like-minded ideas and ideologies that we can collaborate and work on solutions for society together. So we open that call further. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Soglo?
Thank you very much, Program Director. First, I would like to thank TUT for inviting Intel to today's symposium and also to invite me to be part of this panel. In closing, I would like just to say that as Intel, we look forward to our continued collaboration with TUT, with the AI Institute of South Africa, to support not only the South African deep tech startup ecosystem, but also the African deep tech startup ecosystem, especially in AI. Thank you.
Dr. Messi?
Thank you so much for the organizers of this event. I think this is a great platform that we can be able to share with other colleagues in the industry and also colleagues within TUT. From our side, we are very much open to collaboration and would wish also the mining communities which are maybe given rights to us to come up and we utilize our services in mineralogical analysis, where we can be able to assist them with the feasibility studies so that they can actualize the value in the minerals that they sit in.
From my side, I will more or less appeal to the funders because there is a need for us to really focus on development of the young ones. They are the futures of tomorrow. And also in terms of the just transition that is more or less going to happen or is happening in South Africa now, we need a lot to do. And in doing that, we also need assistance in terms of more or less funding. And I will really appeal to the funders that we have effective, cost-effective solutions that is able to contribute especially to the just transition era, where a lot is more or less being needed in terms of training. The center more or less provides the training. We do contract research. We do project implementation. And I believe that we are always open in terms of collaborations and also in terms of partnership. We'll look forward to you more or less engaging us further. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to thank the organizers of this event to invite us to this occasion, but also to say that as the NRF, we want to assure you that we are a listening organization. We want to assure you that we are very much cognizant of the fact that the solutions to the ills of our country will take all of us, that our research should be impactful research, that our research should make the lives of our people better, that our research cannot benefit from collaborative efforts that are intended to be fostered in this event. So again, thank the organizers of this event and to say again that as the NRF, we are a listening organization, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you to each and every one of you for taking time to be here and share very insightful conversation with us. And as the saying goes, you know, we're all trying to get to success, but it's like we are competing. But if all of us, all the stakeholders move forward together, then success will take care of itself. So in this closing note, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. AP, are we good? Thank you so much, and that's our small token of appreciation. We appreciate you, and thank you for the insights and interesting conversations. We are actually in the last segment of the program. Without any waste of time, I'd like to invite Ms. Ntombi Radebe Tsotezi, an executive from the Innovation Hub, to speak to us about the role of the Innovation Hub. A round of applause to her, please.
Where's my presentation? Should I look that way for my presentation? It's not going to be here.
Yeah, they're going to load it. Is that fine for you?
Hello? I think so, yeah. Should be okay. Is it on?
Yeah. This one is on. Let's see.
Should I use this one? So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for inviting the Innovation Hub to be part of this symposium. I know it has been a long day, so I'm just going to go straight to my presentation. And my presentation will cover some of the work that we do at the Innovation Hub to support the innovators as well as the startup companies. So in terms of the Innovation Hub, I can really see it here. Right. So we were established in 2012. We are a subsidiary under the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, which is an agency under the Department of Economic Development. We are responsible for conceptualization and implementation of innovation programs. We focus on three broad sectors. The bioeconomy, where we look at innovations or solutions around agro-processing, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and diagnostics. And another sector that we focus on is the green economy sector, where we look at clean energy technologies, energy efficiency technologies, circular economy solutions, waste and sanitation technologies. And then the third sector that we focus on is the digital economy sector, where we look at ICT-related solutions, advanced manufacturing, the AI, IoT, drones, and all the 4IR-related technologies. We focus on 4 key programs, right? We have enterprise development, innovation programs, township economy and revitalization, as well as skills development programs. So under the enterprise development program, we have 4 incubation programs. One is the MAXAM that looks at the digital economy sector. And then we have the Biopark that look at biosciences sector. We have the Climate Innovation Center that looks at the green economy sectors. And then we have ECASI Labs that focuses on township economy programs. Currently, we have more than 400 companies in our database. Some of them are based in our facility in Lenwood in Pretoria. Some of them are across the 10 ECASI labs that we have, but some of them are working from home. And then our value proposition, or the services that we provide to the companies. One of those is access to advisory services, where we provide the startup companies with legal and intellectual property advisory services. We also assist companies with have innovation to register their IP. We also provide the business and technical advisory and mentorship services depending on the company's need. We also provide them with technical training depending on the stage of where the company is. We also provide them with access to infrastructure. For the companies that are commercial, that are making a little bit of money, we give them office space at a subsidized rate. But the companies that are still building their products, we provide them with hot desking space, and that one is for free. We also have labs for the biosciences companies. We also have a product development lab for the companies that requires technical and mechanical equipment. Another service that you provide is access to market opportunities. This is where we have a lot of challenges because companies or new innovation struggles to get market access or to their innovation to be absorbed in the market. So we do industry networking events. We also do market intelligence reports. We also assist them with market analysis based on their products. And the last service that you provide to the companies is access to funding opportunities. Within the Innovation Hub, we have a small kitty where we assist the companies that have got a prototype to build their prototype until it's ready to go to the market. Once it's commercialized, then we take it to our partners. We work with partners such as TIA and IDC, and they've been very instrumental in assisting some of the innovations that we have in our portfolio. And then the second program that we have that focuses on innovation, I'm not going to talk to everything on the slide, but one of the programs that we have is the Demand-Led Open Innovation program. This program focuses on delivering tangible solutions by matching solution seekers with the solution providers. The intention here is to demonstrate some of the innovations that have been built into the market. For example, if a particular municipality have a challenge with the waste, disposing of their waste, let's say, for instance, they don't have space for landfill site anymore, and then they're looking at alternative solution to treat their waste. They will come to us, and then we can put the challenge on the OpenIX platform. We have a platform called the OpenIX, we put the challenge, and then the innovators, including the companies that are within our portfolio, therefore respond to that, and then we get a solution. And that solution gets to be piloted. But then the problem that we have realized is that post-pilot, it's very difficult for the industry, especially the public sector, to absorb that particular innovation. So it's one of the conversations that we want to have with the key role players around this. And then another one is the cluster development program, which is quite new. The purpose of the cluster development program is to bring a group of startup companies who are operating in the same value chain to work together so that they're able to be competitive in the market. We also have the skills development program, and I'm not going to talk about this now. And another innovation program that we have is the Gauteng Accelerator Program, which is an innovation competition that we hold it on an annual basis. We bring in startups and the innovators and the universities who have innovation, they can enter the competition. Maybe what is worth to mention here with the innovation competition is that when the universities enter the competition, obviously they enter as a university, right? And they own their IP. So they don't have like spin-off companies. And our purpose as the Innovation Hub, obviously, is to commercialize the innovations. Now we usually face a number of challenges with the innovations that comes from the universities. And then we have Township Economy Revitalization Program. This is just a mirror of what we're doing at the Innovation Hub. So the incubation services, the innovation programs that we're running at the Innovation Hub, we also have them at Ekasi Labs. Currently, we have 10 Ekasi Labs across Gauteng. So what we are trying to bring here is to bring the services of the Innovation Hub closer to the people, but obviously trying to ensure that the people in the township, they also participate in the mainstream economy. And then in terms of skills development programs, we have internship programs. We work with a number of cities who find some of our internship programs. We place a number of students for 12 to 24 months. We prioritize the startup companies because obviously they don't have the resources to be hiring certain expertise, so we prioritize them and place the interns, but we also place them in other big corporates. We also, based on the sectors that we have focused on, we do an analysis on the emerging skills that will be required for each sector. So currently under the energy, we are doing the energy performance certification training. It is funded by the EWCTA, and then under the Bio Innovation Program, we are doing in the IKS program, Indigenous Knowledge System Program. It is funded by the DSI. We work with the postgraduate students from the University of Venda, as well as the University of Northwest. And then under the digital program, the skills, also other skills that we are busy with, it's mobile repairers program. We have worked with the MICT CETA. We have worked with GEP. We're currently working with TUT in implementing the mobile repairers program. We also have the CodeTry program that is looking at coding for ICT graduates. We're working with MLab on that one. And then we have the data annotation, which is a new one that we are piloting in the current year. That is all. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, to Ms. Ntombi Radebe. Thank you so much. You may remain on stage and just take a seat while we invite Dr. Edwell Gumbo to facilitate the next panel discussion that's on the interventions and support of startup business, innovation, and entrepreneurship. A round of applause for Dr. Gumbo, please. Dr. Gumbo will then introduce the next panelist. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The energy level is low. It's the last session. Thank you so much, Program Director. The following people will help us unpack interventions in support of startups, business innovation, and entrepreneurship. So allow me to welcome on stage Ms. Ntombi Hadebe Zotesti, who's already here. Allow me to call Dr. Patrick Ebo from CED, that should be based here at TUT. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's put a bit of some energy. And then Mr. Theunis Mutlomi, please join us. A round of applause. And then Prof. Shadrad Dari Devrop from CCI. Give him a round of applause, please. Ms. Simpiwe Mtambo. Ms. Simpiwe Mtambo. Let's give her a round of applause. And last but not least, Prof. Pius Adewale Olawi from TUT. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Welcome to this amazing team of scholars and practitioners. We are going to discuss interventions in support of startup, business innovation, and entrepreneurship. I'm going to give each one of you a maximum of 3 minutes to please introduce yourself. Yes, I do have your bios. I didn't want to read them. I'll let you do the honor. Introduce yourself, where you're from, what are you doing, and if you can quickly tailor it to the topic under discussion, startups and entrepreneurship. I'll start with you.
Thank you very much. My name is Pius Olawi. I'm the head of the Department for Computer System Engineering and also the research chair for 4IR with MIC-SITA, and also being given mandate in the Research Institute to look after applications of AI in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'm Chats Devrup. You probably heard me ask the last question in the session before this. I'm the research professor in the Faculty of Arts, and I'm in charge of the Center for Creative Industries. For those of you who don't know what the creative industries are, they're an integration of all the industries that are rooted in intellectual property, where we generate intellectual property. A simple way to look at this, if you just look at a musician, somebody who's performing, they need support from a whole network of artists. They need a lawyer, they need a roadie, they need a composer, they need a recording guy, a producer, a marketing engineer, a costume designer. So all of that belongs to what we call the creative industries, and that's where we're at. My specialized area of research is looking at artificial intelligence and human creativity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simpiwe Mtambo. I'm currently the Global Impact Manager for YGAP Limited. We are an Australian accelerator and impact funder with operations in South Africa, Kenya, Australia, as well as the Pacific Islands. I've worked in the youth entrepreneurship space in South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana for the past 12 years, supporting youth entrepreneurs. Also worked across government entities, including TIA. I see some colleagues here today, as well as for corporate programs, including the South African Breweries Kickstart program some years back. And it brings me much joy to reconnect with the TUT community who were part of the initial SAB Kickstart program for innovators back in 2015. Dr. Hamilton PD and the team have done really amazing work, and I'm really glad to also see the ecosystem collaborations that continue to happen in the ecosystem. As YGAP, we focus mainly on 3 areas: entrepreneurs who are advancing gender equity, as well as digital entrepreneurship, and climate interventions within the 4 countries that we work in. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tidi Somotlomi, and I am with the Institute for the Future of Work, which is an initiative by TUT to build a bridge between the industry and academia. And the purpose of I4 is to resolve some of the key itch points that academia has. One of them from the TUT's perspective is that one of assisting in graduate employment or employability as part of fulfilling our quest for future-ready graduates. The second one is to assist in high-impact research, in particular commercial research. The third one is collaborating with the industry for innovation. And from the perspective of the topic that has been raised, TUT, when we define a future-ready graduate, we are saying this is an individual who is given a choice upon graduation. The first choice is to either go the employment route. The second choice is either to follow the entrepreneurial route. And as the Institute, we work to support that vision.
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Ebeo. I am the head of department for management and entrepreneurship. But for the purposes of today, I am the head of the Center for Entrepreneurship Development. And our entire purpose is to create an enabling environment where entrepreneurship flourish. We provide support, firstly and intentionally, to our students. We do so by facilitating access to startup resources that they require. We also have integrated our work within the center directly to the academic project, where we provide an alternative route to work integrated learning. Gone are the days where you only hear about sending students to industry to get experience. We've now created a pathway where the students can actually go through a systematic entrepreneurship work integrated learning program. But that said, we provide services to SMMEs, particularly startups. We do so by providing targeted courses on business management and entrepreneurship, of course. We link them up to coaches and mentors, and where possible, to markets and finance. Thank you.
Okay. So good afternoon again. Ntombi Khatebe Tsotetsi from the Innovation Hub. I am currently an acting executive manager responsible for technology innovation and cluster development. Part of the work that I do is obviously to identify emerging technologies, and how do we do that? Maybe as the Innovation Hub, we have started a process of engaging with the TTOs, the universities, as well as the research institutions, just to find out on the IP that they have that we can assist to commercialize. But also we are looking at the innovation and the technologies that can assist to solve service delivery problems, as well as to enhance the efficiencies of the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are using the terms entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs, and startups, sometimes interchangeably. So, Ms. Hadebe Tsotesi and Dr. Ebo, can you please, is there a difference between startups and entrepreneurship, firstly? And number two, why are we focusing on entrepreneurship? Why is there a need to focus on entrepreneurship? If you can please help me and unpack those two. We're starting from you two.
Okay, I've never thought about it actually. I also use it interchangeably, startup and as well as entrepreneurship. But maybe the reason why one will say why we're focusing on either the startups or the entrepreneurs. I think it's because research has shown and is still showing that startup companies have a potential of creating a lot of jobs. And if you see in South Africa, one of the biggest challenges that we have is unemployment. So I think it's very important for us to keep, to focus and put all our efforts into startup companies or entrepreneurship. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Okay, I think startup is just about the stage of the business, the entrepreneur. So if you want to look at the entire life cycle, we normally say you pick your battle carefully. So in terms of, in our case, we're going after the startups so that we can then push them to become emerging enterprise and the likes. Entrepreneurship is just about the process. And I know we use that word a lot, not even here alone. And the question of why are we pushing entrepreneurship? As a university, as a country, as a continent, we don't have any other choice. If you look at the current unemployment statistics that have just come out, you will know that we don't have any other choice than to put as much resources as possible to support mindset shift. I know sometimes we talk about entrepreneurship. Most of it is about you changing the mindset of people. And the more startups or entrepreneurs that we create, the better for the economy. Government, unfortunately, can't create the jobs. Most governments around the world are shedding jobs. Who will create the jobs? Big companies around the world cannot create the amount of jobs that we require. Ends the process of supporting as many development of new startups and entrepreneurs as possible.
Thank you so much for that. And then to my remaining four panelists, if you can help me unpack, what interventions do we need to support startup companies? And if you can give me practical examples of how you have done that in your respective areas of work or organizations. Starting with you, Mr. Mutlomi there, you can help us unpack that.
I was thinking you'll start in the other corner. With the formation of I4, central to it is the Tech Hub. And the Tech Hub is basically intended to be based on certain verticals, which we have identified as the drivers within the tech spaces. And the main goal and purpose for the Tech Hub is to create an environment where the industry, academia, would then collaborate. Now, going back to the whole vision around the future-ready graduate, one of the panelists mentioned that the masters and the postgrad students from TUT that come up with solutions, those solutions should not be gathering dust in the shelves. They need to be implemented by the industry. And as the Institute for the Future of Work, our role is to make sure that we influence that innovation agenda of the university, number one. Number two is to also then make sure that we identify ideas, and in identifying the ideas, we then work with the industry and also work with the academia to make sure that those ideas are ideas that can be commercialized. That is the role of the Tech Hub. Now, from the perspective of the pipeline for that, we then are saying that 60% of our pipeline should be from the university. This would be the students, this would be the members of academia who would then have innovative ideas. But then we are then saying 40% should then be from the community and also the industry. Currently, we are working on a few projects. One of the projects came from an industry partner. They had an idea, which we then looked at it, workshopped it, and we then engaged one of the faculties and say, can you conduct a feasibility study, which is basically the competency that the industry partner did not have. And the feasibility study was conducted, and then we then said the idea is a good idea. We are on a second stage, which the faculty itself would then be starting to work on the technology that we are working on. And then from there we go for commercialization. So what we are then offering as the Institute for Future of Work, we are saying there is no wrong idea. We give the platform so that we can look at the idea what you have, and we ask ourselves, can it be commercialized? And with the industry, then we can take it to the market.
Thank you. Ms. Mtambo?
You know, it's very tempting to think of entrepreneurship and startups at the level that is so much more advanced than what many of what our South African youth and South Africans and Africans in general are currently able to access. At YGAP, we are fostering entrepreneurship that is inclusive, and we look at prioritizing local entrepreneurs who are developing local solutions. Now, we are here at TUT, and we would talk at the level of someone who's already got access to an ecosystem at a TUT. We don't think about the millions of young South Africans, for example, who are not in education, employment, or training, who are excluded from opportunities not only for jobs, but also for accessing startup funding, as well as startup training, by the mere fact that they are not in any formal institution and that their skills base is actually also quite low. But that doesn't discount the fact that these are people who are actually facing issues of water shortages, electricity impacts on whatever initiatives that they can try and come up with to generate income. They are facing a lack of service delivery in their communities. And on an everyday basis, these are the people who are coming up with low-tech solutions, who are coming up with possibly solutions that could also be further researched and commercialized on a greater scale, but they need access to the skills, the training, as well as the networks that will enable them to actually expand their knowledge and expand what potential that their solutions come up with. Now, what we are saying at YGAP and what we've done over the last 10 years in South Africa and Kenya is to look for those entrepreneurs in our local communities who are developing those solutions that are impacting millions of people. In our history, in the last 16 years, we've impacted over 1 million people across the 4 locations that we've worked with, giving them training as well as small grants to test their solutions, pilot them, and be able to scale them across different communities where they operate. Our most recent initiative that we've currently piloting is the Y Capital 0% interest loans. And we know that funding is often cited as lacking in South Africa, but more than anything, proving your ability to actually manage those funds once they're in your hands is something that not a lot of entrepreneurs are able to do at a very early stage. Now, what we're saying is we'll provide 0% interest loans. We've already made 3 investments within the agriculture space, and we're looking to grow those. And how we are growing those is by connecting capital from wealthy individuals, including family offices and family foundations across the world, to deploy capital, unrestricted capital, that entrepreneurs can use to test their models. These are some of the ways that we're trying to facilitate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof. Devro?
Thank you very much. I think when one speaks of an industry and you're talking about the creative industries, we are not an industry in the traditional sense that you see in industry like we have in engineering or in agriculture. Artists themselves work of what we call a gig economy. What is a gig economy? It's when you have a function at home, whether it's a birthday or a funeral or a wedding, you hire a musician. You don't go to an industry to go and look at where these people are. You simply know. So they work of a gig industry. So these gigsters, as we call them, have always had their lives interrupted. Whether it was the invention of shellac, whether it was the invention of a 7-single, whether a CD came along or an MP3 came along, it always displaced them. And I'm pretty sure everybody seated here will remember the good old days when you used to go to a function and there was a band actually playing on stage. How many bands do you see today? You don't. You will find one person standing with a laptop and a microphone, and that's it. So this has been the greatest disruptor to the arts or the arts industry. But we've never complained. Artists have always found a way to manage themselves around that. Today, where we sit at the university with our curriculum, and if you're looking at empowering our new entrepreneurs, they already have the biggest tool right at their fingertips. That's this new snake oil you hear from everybody called AI. Everybody seems to be using it. They know about the snake oil, but they don't know about the snake. They don't know where it comes from. But that's what's happening at the moment, and we all know that. I think my Prof. Kurian will probably be able to tell you more about that. So artists are not disempowered. They are highly empowered with new AI. What we need to do is to harness the power of this new technology and give them the tools as to how they could effectively use the AI. What I'm seeing happening in higher education is more regulation to try to control AI rather than empowering people how they could use it. It's never going to disappear. I remember when Google came onto the market, people they had to throw out all their world books and all the encyclopedias they had on the shelf because Google simply replaced whatever they had there. The same thing with AI. It's not going to disappear. It's going to grow. We are only at the start of the curve. And musicians have always engaged with the latest technologies. They were using backtrack recordings, and this goes all the way back to 1956. So if we're looking at empowering new entrepreneurs, is to show them the skills that they need to survive in a highly technologized world today. Those are the skills that we need to be empowering them with those AI tools. They have their skill and they have their artistry, and we have a perfect example of that, of a young lady from Edenvale, which all of you have heard her, by the name of Tyler. You might have heard how she's become a world sensation overnight. What did she do? She didn't go to an industry. She simply cut right across the industry. That's it, and that was it, and she became famous. So that is the model we look at for, and this is the model I would like to suggest when we talk in industry. To look at the gig economy. Gig economy is where you go and hunt an event for yourself. I do that all the time. I'm competing with my own students for work because they are also performers like me. We're competing for the same event. And that's what it is. So I would say if we want to empower them, we've got to look at how they could harness the power of the technology that's already there. That, for me, is where the startup starts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Prof. Olawi?
Yeah, I think from tech point of view, I'm going to stick to only one word, which is basically startup, okay, because it's a common word we use in our industry. And I think to us, it's kind of, we're at advantage at the moment, especially in the AI space. You know, the evolutions of AI tells us that we are in a very great advantage. I'm sure in terms of the challenge, and I agree with Dr. Hubbard, who says that the human, definitely we are limited in terms of the biological accuracy, in terms of biological speed. And what you notice in this world today is the evolution of this technology is competing in terms of value, in terms of ferocity of it, in terms of velocity as well, in terms of the speed. And this will continue. I'm sure some of us will use what we call four-figure table, then we come to calculator, then we come to computer. And now, we get into where we are going to have a coexistence with the machine. The machine perhaps might move a little bit faster. I'm sure a human brain has almost 86 billions of neurons that is in your brain, and which simply means that with those particular neurons alone, the speed in which they speak to each other, it's very slow. You're talking about 200 clock cycle. And where we are building a kind of a GPU that operates in terms of billions of speed to address one single bit in it. Therefore, human is going to compete with all this machine coexistent. What you human will be looking forward to see is the combinations of AI to assist you to speed up and to bring value to yourself. And that is where you are going to hear the word co-assistant, co-pilot, whatever, or co-wife of AI in your house, perhaps, if possible. But we're going to see all those things coming up into stage.
which then open up a lot of market to us. Now, when you look at the generations of AI today, we started from the big father of AI, then it has some technological tools. Each of those layers bring business into the world and change the entire, and disrupt the entire ecosystem. And as it disrupts the entire ecosystem, it's creating jobs. What we don't know is that AI will not take job, AI will multiply job at the end of the day. What will happen is reskilling, upskilling, and skilling again that will happen. If you are a human being, you are not dynamic, you cannot go far in this world. It's if that you pick up your book and be dynamic in it. And that's why I put it upon myself. Every year I must get another degree. Every year I get degree every day. Cyber, whatever, I get them. But the key point here is that if you look at when the AI come with the technology that followed, then the machine learning, then we come to deep learning. Now we are in a generative AI. Now, what that simply means is that we transit from simple multiple layer coding into ordinary sentence prompt coding. That means I can tell AI with English what is the recipe to make biryani, for example, or what is recipe to make Nigerian food, for example. You don't need to struggle about that. Or how do I speak to this lady because I need another wife? It's easy. It tells you everything what to do. Now, all these value chains simply bring in business for any young people. And having said that, and I want everybody to understand today, there are 3 layers in AI, which when you understand them, you understand what will be your business zone, for example. We have what we call compute layer. Compute layer is where the mafias of AI stay. You can't compete with Microsoft. You can't compete with AWS. Just keep away from that business. Then we have what we call foundational layer. Foundational layer is a very good example where you have your open AI sitting down in that corner. Then you have the last one, which is called application layer. I always tell my students, work in that layer. That's a small-scale business. You can be in your bedroom and you make your million. All you have to do is to code and then connect with the big people, the mafia. And what that simply means is that the large language model is sitting down at the back of huge GPU, and each of GPU is running about 300 watts, where your brain is running about less than 10 watts in terms of connecting. Therefore, you're talking about the speed of connection of association of your neuron to each other at 10 meters per second in speaking to each other. And whether you have your GPU connecting at the power of 300 watts per every one of them, you can see the energy within the GPU system. Now we have what we call TPU, which is a tensor processing, which then allow you to more or less modularize your text base in actions. Now, before, we have a kind where you tense a pattern towards one direction. But today, you have what we call context-driven pattern. And that's what generative AI brought to us. We then open a lot of market for every one of us and an open market for our young people. And you can see that we have applied that in the life of our young people. For example, I call something what I call knowledge mobility. Okay, I can see. Okay, if you want me to talk forever, I will talk forever on AI. But we're talking about knowledge mobility, basically, which I've experimented, where our students, when you train them in our lab here, then they go overseas, then they engage, because there is a lot of opportunity for them. Also locally, we've trained quite a lot of people that have engaged in so many new business, and they have started a new business with another company. We've complemented with them with so many companies. Let me stop there, otherwise I'll just keep talking. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much, Prof, for your insight. Yeah, and the energy that you brought in. Unfortunately, we don't have the whole day, and I want to engage the audience. I have one question. I want you, each person, to have like 60 seconds, a minute, to answer. You work with entrepreneurs. We ask the entrepreneurs to pitch for millions of rands for 90 seconds. So you are used to that. So my question is, in the university space, when students come to university, their prime goal is academics, right? And then there is now this entrepreneurship stream, right? The people, I think, maybe in your faculty, in the Faculty of Commerce and Management, it's much more easier because entrepreneurship is embedded in their curriculum. But then, how do we bridge that gap? Fuse in entrepreneurship right across the faculties, so that when we talk about research that is coming out, I'm aware that in terms of research, if it's a master's student, it's a PhD student in like science, for example, the aim is to get that qualification. Yes, they may be an IP, they may be a parent that is registered, but then how do we bridge that gap to commercialize, the actual commercialization? How do we bridge that gap? Ms. Tombi, yes, I know you're not coming from academia, but you work with a university. What are your insights? What are your thoughts? How can we bridge that gap between academia and entrepreneurship to see the birth of startups like we've seen in the US? You know, some of the fastest growing startups were actually founded in university dormitories, quite a number. I will not give examples now. Yes.
Okay, so maybe just to talk about...
Remember, you have a minute. Sorry, you have a minute. I'm timing you.
And maybe just to talk about some of the initiatives that are already in place. Like you have mentioned, that entrepreneurship may be under a commerce faculty. It's embedded in the curriculum. But I think, like I said earlier on, the DSI has already started to fund the skills development program across the science sector to include the entrepreneurship component. So the IKS program that we are providing to the students who are in the science faculty within the two universities I've mentioned is mainly focusing on business development and entrepreneurship.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am sitting in a very comfortable space because I head the academic department for management and entrepreneurship. Already as TUT, the department provides services to other faculties in terms of embedding entrepreneurship and business management into their core curriculum. And the other way that we've done it as a university, as I've mentioned, officially, any student of this institution that wants to go through the entrepreneurship wheel program is allowed to, officially. It's been confirmed by Senate. We're already doing it for one of the department. And when I'm talking about one of the department, I'm not talking about department that is related to management sciences. Is in the engineering space. What do we need? We need developmental fund. There is no developmental capital for student entrepreneurs. The student, yes, will stand on a queue. We need to talk to NYDA, talk to the others. But before you go there, the student need 5,000 rand, the student need 10,000 rand to get the prototype going. We don't have that resources as a university. And I think funders out there must then realize that when they bring programming to us, they shouldn't forget that part that the student might need to start with prototyping before we even go to the Institute of Future Works to say, please, can you then take this entrepreneurs to the next slide? So if you were to ask me, we have the programming, we have the capacity internally, but we don't have the financial resource to push the student out.
Thank you. I think let's give TUT a round of applause. You've done very well by embedding it across faculties, which is quite commendable. If I listen very well to Dr. Guguzel, NRF, she did mention that she's looking at interdisciplinary, and entrepreneurship has to be interdisciplinary, interfaculty. Thank you. Institute of Work.
Dr. Bewe have said that they capacitate, and then I4 is an enabler. One of the key principles that we have with all the projects that we run with, we request the faculties to use the students because I think in using the students, we try to make them understand the value of the knowledge they have gained, and also to have a taste of money. Then hopefully then they become entrepreneurs.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think also conscientizing students around the third mission of the university. The fact that we produce research and knowledge that should impact people, real lives, and not just for the purposes of just finding out information. A lot of students, you'd hope that they go into careers because of some kind of a personal, push to create some kind of a difference. And you have students that would go into law because they're interested in justice, and how do you help them to figure out solutions in the justice space, for example. Your engineers are your natural problem solvers, and how do you connect that thought for actually solving problems, but with a commercial lens? And I think what corporates and also funders are looking for is that impact. But more than that, I also want to challenge all the practitioners in the room that we have to be able to prove the impact that we've done. What we are realizing as YGAP is that not only is it on us to prove the impact that we've had on the entrepreneurs' lives and their businesses, but to also help them to figure out and to prove the impact that they've had on the ground. So we're actually working on systems for capacitating them for monitoring and evaluation so that they can look at the real beneficiaries and the change in lives that are happening.
Thank you.
Good. Mine is fairly short. If I look at what we really need, I look back in my field that I come from, which happens to be art. The one constant which civilization has had has been art. Irrespective of what changes we've had in society, art has been the one thing that has been the constant. The basis of art is human creativity. No amount of machines, no artificial intelligence can replace human creativity. And I would say we should be looking at developing human creativity rather than spending our energies on anything else. Human creativity is the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
1 minute.
Oh, okay. Oh, I hope so. To me, you don't teach culture. You don't teach religion. You live culture and you live religion. Now, if the university have to take this very serious, they have to allow the food technology, let them supply bread for the university, then we eat the same bread. Agricultural department, let them give us chicken, then we buy chicken, we live with it. ICT, let them produce software application for the whole university, then we use it. And I think that's why I say that it is necessary that we leave this as a culture in our university. If you remember, Brown University is the only university in the US that have all the students as a shareholder in that university. They buy shares. And this is what I expect our university to do. Give us a chance to buy shares here and we invest. And that's what TUT must do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Can I take 5 minutes of questions from the floor? Yeah. I have noted one, I've noted you, DVC, 3, 4 questions. Prof, you go first. We're going to do this in the interest of time. We're going to take all 4 questions. Let's note them. If the question has been responded to, you don't really need to repeat the response, even if you feel burning. I'm trying to save time. So we'll take all the questions at one go. Yes, Prof. The mic is off, please, assistants.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I would like to just make this comment, like what Prof said, that a university is an economy on its own. And so one of the things that we should be trying to do is to stop exporting money out of the university, right? And if we look at this table, we look at something like this, we are giving this money to people outside the university who then export it to the US, because Coca-Cola, by the way, is a US company. So as far as possible, we should look at how, whether it's the arts, who do we hire to perform here, whether it's software, what software do we use, you know, all sorts of things. So I think that's just what I would like to say, that we actually need a proudly TUT brand that looks after TUT, all these innovations, that they are then recognized here first before anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yes, GVC.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you so much to our panelists, Prof. Pius. Colleagues, I would have not done my job as part of leadership if I do not touch on this one. The issue of the shareholding. As you know, we are publicly funded universities, 26 of us in the country, and therefore we are not PTY Ltd. And so let's correct that one. Sorry, the leadership will always do what it's supposed to be doing. But on a serious note, we hear very much the call for supporting our own. And I must say, as this university, we've already taken a position that, for instance, the procurement of that which is done by the technostation in chemicals is everything that is done there, we procure from there. We do not go to macro or to Pick and Pay. So if you go to our bathrooms, including the bathrooms that are in our offices, you would find out that the products that are being used there are coming from this university. But I guess what the colleagues are saying is that we need to strengthen that more. And we're hearing you. And trust you me, I'm going to be your mouthpiece, as I have been your mouthpiece even in terms of the work that is done by the technostation in chemicals. During COVID, colleagues, you will recall that this university didn't procure sanitizers from outside. We got the sanitizers from our technostations, and so are other products. But I guess what my fellow colleagues in the room are saying, we can give you more, that you end up not going at all to any shop out there. And we are ready to do that. And it's already working. It's not like it's something that we're going to start from scratch. It's working wonders for us. Those who are from Garangua, the technostation chemicals, will attest to the fact that now the millions of rands that we used to utilize at Macro and all the other shops are no longer going there. So that is a strategic decision that this university has already taken through its EMC and also through its council. So we will strengthen. Please, let's make sure then that we come to the fore. Prof, let's try to make sure that we come to the fore with all the products that the university can be utilizing. I'm looking forward to be eating bread that is coming from our institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, GVC. There were two hands at the back.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues, and well done. Good talk, good engagement. I have one question. Maybe it's an open access question, but particularly to the Institute for Future Work or the Innovation Hub. I think that, like many of the colleagues present here today, we would really want to hear from you the how to bridge this gap between all the good work, the technologies, the new products developed, not only at TUT, but most of the South African universities. Who would really provide the concrete seed funding? Because that is one major problem. The seed funding, where I stand, if that problem was resolved, maybe I would never have been a professor, because I had projects right from secondary school. But when it comes to providing the seed funding for operational kick-off, start-off, as you people have mentioned, with all the theories and the concepts, and the technology implementation itself. That is where the problem comes. So, can anyone amongst you guys, eminent researchers, colleagues, tell us whether you've got the secret that we have to, the DVC have mentioned it, TUT is not a PTR, neither is TUT a financial organization. How can we convince these funders to come in when we say this is an innovative product, technology, developed by staff members, researchers, and students at TUT, and it is going to put us parallel to Mark Zuckerberg, because you know what he did. He was a student at Harvard University. He's now 180 billion US dollar worth of person. Can't we do that? I'm going to stop here and maybe listen to you.
Thank you,
if
Prof.
You have something. Thank you very much. My name is Professor Ndibewu from the Department of Chemistry, part of the Center for Applied Chemistry Research. And we've got a lot to commercialize with my director, Professor Mahoba. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, Prof, you sorted. Okay, yeah, we've run out of time. I think we heard the questions. I think very much clear. Then I'll give my closing remarks. Anyone who wants to pick on anything, there's the question on funding. I think you can cover funding. I know that there is some programs where at the Innovation Hub, you actually provide a little bit of seed activation funding through ECAS Labs, even through your biotech. If you can, so I'm trying to help answer some of the questions in terms of, is there any funding? There is TIA, Technology Innovation Agency. They do help with some funding that will help towards the commercialization. Yes. Ms. Hadebe, you'll help us with the funding component?
I think like you've already said, when you look at the ecosystem, I think TIA is mostly the institution that is assisting with seed funding. But then we can learn from what other countries are doing. Also, we can look at maybe crowdfunding for the SMMEs. But more than anything, I think as the government or the national government develop the policies and the strategies, those policies must be linked to some funding, because you cannot just come up with policies and programs that need to be implemented and then there's no funding for that. Yeah.
Thank you. There is also CIFA, which has been meshed with CEDA. They do provide financial support. You just need to package it well. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think a few days ago, we had a meeting, and I said from the innovation perspective, one of the key problems that we have, which is a reflection of culture, is that there is very little funding when it comes to ideas, funding of ideas. And some of the colleagues that were in the room said we should not actually use that as a logic. What we could then be saying is that there is funding, it's just that people don't know about it. And I do believe that from I4 perspective, as we link with the industry, we're gonna need to work hard to make sure that we know where the pots of money are, so that we could guide and direct the colleagues for that. Then the second aspect is that from the perspective of our approach to innovation, is that we believe that innovation should not happen in a vacuum. We need to innovate for impact, and we need to innovate for the market, which basically means that we need to listen to the industry, understand what the needs of the industry are, and because when we work in partnership with the industry, there would be no need, there won't be even any lack for the seed funding.
Thank you. I think, give your closing remarks, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
30 seconds, that's okay. But
the
point is, I think the point is raising is to look at the wealth already stored in the university. My proposal is that even the paper that already been published, there should be a center that research back to that paper, and I will give you one reason. If you look at stable diffusion, for example, which we use to convert the text to video, like what he's saying. Also, the ChatGPT you are using, it's just one publication, it's one paper that was turned to billions of dollars. The same thing is stable diffusion, which costs billions of dollars today. One publication, not two, not three, not four, one. Now, what I'm saying in essence is that if the university can go back, take thesis on the shelf, convert that to value, it is important.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
where
you.
we should go.
Anyone who wants to have closing remarks? We are so behind time. My apologies. I think you can see that entrepreneurship is a pertinent topic, very topical.
I think my closing remarks would be a further challenge to the TUT community. You have a massive alumni base of very experienced professionals, very experienced and also connected to wealthy individuals who can deploy unrestricted capital. I think what I'm seeing is trying to go for massive government grants, massive international development grants is time consuming, and it's probably also not at the level that students, would readily be able to access. But by going to the TUT community and alumni who might have deep pockets and would be able to become angel investors into commercializing these papers and testing pilots that will prove impact is a small starting point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think my closing remarks is, I think you can see entrepreneurship is a burning issue, trying to solve the country's challenges. And I think it's a challenge to all of us here. I'll say entrepreneurship is not only for students, but academia within the confines of the IPR Act. We can commercialize the research and technology even through the TTOs. So it's not something that we should just leave to the students, but all of us, I think, have a responsibility. Maybe my challenge would be, maybe when we have a symposium next year, or it's a biennial conference, I don't know, to be able to showcase one spin-off from TUT. Let's have one spin-off. Showcase a company that has come out of TUT research, a company that is actually, it may be maybe early stage, maybe a startup, but maybe let's talk about 5-10 years, where TUT have shareholding in it, which is the third revenue stream of universities, because we know the revenue streams for universities, student fees, grants from government have been decreasing. So the university needs to start thinking entrepreneurial. So it's not only the students, academics, but the institution itself has to be entrepreneurial. To my panelists, thank you so much for your insights. To the program director, we apologize for going over time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. They deserve another round of applause, please. A very interesting panel discussion. Dr. Vati, I think this theme needs a session on its own, because we can go on and on forever. Great. Thank you so much to our panelists. And we again have a small token of appreciation. We appreciate you for sharing your insights. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our program. I'd like to invite Dr. Hamilton Mpidi to do the vote of thanks. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you. From Director, I promise I'll take 5 minutes because you've been listening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Let me start by thanking our Vice Chancellor, Professor Maduleka, who's not here, for joining us. It's not often that you have a Vice Chancellor, Chairperson of Council, and the DVC, and Council members. So it's exciting. Dr. Vati, thank you so much for staying through. I thought you have a hectic schedule, and I was like, oh, the DC is going to leave, but thank you so much. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you for pushing us. We always think that the sky is the limit, but Dr. Vati always tell us and show us through her work that the sky is not the limit. And thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Chairperson of Council in absentia, I've indicated, is not here. Thank you, and other council members that are here, thank you for coming. Let me thank our facilitators that came here and really spent their time with us here. Thank you so much for facilitating. Dr. Takaran Mazivandela, who is a product. I didn't know that it was a product, but I know him through the engagement with the technical station in electronics. Dr. Matutu Tao, our own, thank you so much for facilitating. Our own Professor Katarara, thank you so much. We brought that theme deliberately because, you know, it's the in thing. And we go to the malls now, you find the cannabis stores in the malls. And I was like, wow, this is a very interesting topic to me. Dr. Gumb, thank you so much. As we know that you had the entrepreneurship, we thought it is befitting for you to channel this session. Our guest speaker, unfortunately, Mr. Skosana could not be here. He phoned me last night that at TIA they have a board induction, but he couldn't be here. But he really apologized and said I must apologize. To our guest speaker, Ms. Ntombi Kadebe, so thank you so much for coming, from the Innovation Hub, which we have a good partnership with. All our panelists, who the list is going on and on and on. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate, especially our external panelists, for being here, spending time with us here. We had Miss Witumelo Musupe, as you've seen them in this morning. We have Dr. Begazulu, who really came here and really gave us a lot of promises from the TASES. And our, a guest from Volvo, Southern Africa, very exciting, Mr. Garane Chirimani and Mr. Elwil Engelbrecht. Thank you so much. I know they might have left, but we really appreciate. And also, Dr. Gugu Moche, you gave me almost a heart attack when I couldn't see you, and I know the DVC was like, we're having a deputy CEO coming. So thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. And Dr. Pumza Zweni, thank you so much for coming. Dr. Soglo, thank you so much. We always have meeting online, so it was my first time meeting him, and I really appreciate it. You see, this is how COVID is to us, that some of these people, we've seen them before 2019, so it's very exciting to reconnect. And to our internal panelists, thank you so much. I won't mention your name, but I'll thank you in the corner. Thank you so much for availing yourself, the directors and managers of the cities. Thank you so much. To the exhibition, the exhibitors, which are the cities, thank you so much. Yesterday, we gave clear instruction that you must assemble the day before. And yesterday, when we were here, most of you were not here, but I'm excited that you are here. Program Director, thank you so much for always availing yourself, free of charge, I must say. And it's really a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, to you guests, this event would have not been possible if it wasn't you. We really thank you. But let me close by thanking this particular group. These are our service providers, though. These are the people that made this magic. And I'll just mention their names, not particular what they did. Sizzling Catering, thank you so much. Elegant Catering, thank you. Excella Events, Reliable Deco, Scandile, who did some fantastic work. 5 Sharp Production, Labor Trading and Projects, Maponya Ambulances. We didn't mention that we have an ambulance, so if there was any emergencies, we had an ambulance on standby because we care about you. 3i Promotions, and lastly, we make sure that you are protected. We have Sababandla Security and Cleaning, who were here to make sure that there is security and there's also cleaning. But ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I want the organizing committee to come here so you can see them. These are the people that have meetings every week, if not once, twice, to make sure that this event is possible. And although we will have meeting virtual, but everyone know what is the instruction. Please come, let these people see you, who you are. Come. I want them to see you. The organizing team, please, don't be shy. Organizing team, don't be shy. This is a one-day event, but working towards this was not easy. Please, organizing committee, let them see you. All right, so there they are coming. As they are coming, DJ, give them some, my selector, give them some energy. These people worked very hard. We met, and sometimes we will shout. Dr. Vatu will give me instructions, and I must cascade the instructions, and that this event might be successful. Let's give them a round of applause. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this is the team. Thank you so much, and travel safely, and we hope to see you soon. Follow-ups, let's engage. This is not a talk show. Thank you.
What a day, what a day, what a day. The Tshwane University of Technology, round of applause. It's been such a bliss. To those who don't know what is happening at the Tshwane University of Technology, please tell them. Amazing work is happening here, right, DVC? 100%. And if they don't know, bring them closer, bring them here, make appointments so that you get to know what's happening with our technology stations, TUT centers, institutes, hubs, and incubators. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience and you deserve a round of applause. With that said, thank you, travel safely. And, look out for more events of the Tshwane University of Technology as we celebrate our innovations and excellence. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure directing the program. My name is Papama Chisikawe, and I'm the spokesperson of the Tshwane University of Technology. Thank you.